All right, if my machine starts to die off, I might suck off of yours a little bit.
Just get ready to move on. We on?
Are we in? Okay.
Oh, okay. I was waiting to look up there to see us up there, but that's all right. That's fine. Okay. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. And As always, we start our meetings out with prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, thank you for gathering us here today. Let us be kind and even to each other with our words. Let us represent our community fairly and accurately and do what's best for them. Thank you for healing of the sick. Thank you for taking care of those who are currently ill. Watch over the family of our fallen firefighter, that they may have some comfort in their time of loss. Thank you for our beautiful weather, finally, and in your name I pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, you see if we got a quorum?
All right. So, yes, good morning, everyone. I want to go ahead and take the roll, if I might. So, Ms. Bechtel,
Here,
Ms. Kuchenberg.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Booth,
Here.
Mr. Turman,
Here.
and Mr. Cox.
I'm here by telephone, secure location.
All right, so just to make sure that's recorded into the record, Mr. Cox is participating via telephone, and he is in a secure location. All right, Mr. Chairman, you have a full count, as they say in baseball.
All righty, so we move forward to the approval of the agenda. Anybody have anything you want to add to it? I heard that, so I'm gonna add something to it.
Take something off.
I was gonna ask Dr. Millsap on our closed session to add,
It's A7, consultation with legal counsel.
okay. It's, real short, so,
That's potential or actual litigation.
Consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation.
okay.
And if I might, as well, unfortunately, we had a minute snafu at the last minute, so we'll have to remove number 8, and we'll have those all for you at the next meeting and send them out in advance. We could have gotten them done later today, but then you wouldn't have had a chance to look at them.
Right.
So, but we will send them out well in advance of the next meeting. So that's number 8.
Made a note and I still forget it, yeah. So I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the agenda as amended, which includes removal of item 8, approval of minutes, and addition of a second closed session under 2.23711A7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbuck,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
yes.
all right, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
all right, and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, so your agenda is amended.
All right, next would be approval of monthly disbursements.
Take something off.
Right. Some of them were a little sizable this time.
Is-
Well, I enjoyed my highlighter. I did.
If anybody don't have any questions, I'll take a motion to approve with.
I do have one question. So on the interfund transfers out on page, what page is this? Yeah? Yeah, Commerce Center.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, that was what you asked a question about, right,
Mm.
okay,
Phase two.
all right. Now let me erase my highlighter. So it's all nice and clean. Okay, that was the only question I had.
highlighted it and well, reviewed it.
You highlighted. It's nice having it there. Did it always be, it wasn't always there, right? It was always there? Oh,
I didn't see that.
all the way down at the
Didn't show
bottom.
I mean, I didn't see, down there where you was at. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay,
All right.
yeah, that was the only thing I had. Other than, like they said, removing a few.
Anyone else have a question? If not, floor is open for a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve the disbursements as presented.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Any other discussion? Call roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. So you have approved the disbursements, and I'll start signing.
All right. And we got a couple minutes ahead, so you here for New River Health District? Oh, remote. Okay. All right.
So if I might, Mr. Chairman, since we have just a minute.
Sure.
So as you see, you have a long list of presentations, which is kind of unusual for us. So if I might give a little background on why those are all on there while we're waiting for Dr. Bissell. Last meeting, of course, you asked us to get up with the health department about their request for the $2,800. And so she's going to answer questions about that, and I'm sure any other questions you would like. Because she had I think it was a training item this morning, that's why she asked to participate remotely. Dr. Wheeler, of course, is in his normal here, so answer any questions. Don't know what else he'll add, but he has been, and his staff have been working with me a lot yesterday and today on getting your proclamation together. So I was still getting things from them this morning, so I appreciate that. Mark is here to talk to you a little bit about where we are on some things at the courthouse and also where we are on some solid waste issues. Mr. Clark, of course, you know from DOT, he'll be here. And then the Creative Community Grant, that is, you know, the application is due from us at the end of the month. And if you so choose, you all put $4,500 in your budget, and then that's matched by the state. In the past, you have granted that to the Floyd Center for the Arts. This year, you also, in addition to their request, you also got a request from the Junebug Center. And since the application is due at the end of the month, I thought you all might want to hear from them both. They've both been told they have 15 minutes to talk about what they do. But that's the context of that. And then Mr. Worth had come by to chat about where things are with drug court and opioid settlement. And then, of course, Mr. McSherry is someone who's come and spoken to you all before. And you all agreed after he spoke during public comment to let him come before the board. So I thought I'd give you all a little context. I didn't get a chance to put that together for you in writing last night, so.
Now,
Thank you.
with the way you were saying, the 1015 and the 1030 ones are basically asking for two separate.
Well, no, they're both asking for funds out of that grant. And then it's up to you all. Then you don't have to decide today. You'll either have to decide today or at your next meeting. I've written everything else on the grant except for this part. But so either you can give all of the funding to one of them, which is what you've done in the past, or you can give the funding, divide it between them however you would like. You may know that the town also does this and they have their own system. And generally what they do is divide it out. If they have 5, they have many more people that apply. And if they have 5 applicants, they divide the money equally between the 5. And that's generally how they've handled it. So but again, in the past, it's just been the Art Center that's asked. And so they always got all of it. So it's up to you how y'all want to handle that.
she,
Well, it'd be good to hear their presentations.
Yeah, we definitely.
well, those are all the things that you can contemplate, and I'm sure both organizations, I've spoken to both executive directors multiple times, and I'll just say neither one of them are flush. Is that how I think that's the best way to put that. Have we not heard from her yet? What was the other lady's name? Was it Tiffany? Yes.
Excuse me, the green boxes. I'm asking Sydney to see if she can rework it a little because the print, it's beautiful online, gorgeous document. However, when it prints, it's like -72 font. Okay, maybe two. So it was to read, so she's looking at that now, so it's a layout,
Ongoing.
a print, something where it's more able to be read.
Some of the stuff that comes in, not from y'all, but even my glasses won't pick them up.
Yeah, I got a great big old magnifier.
Yeah, that's what I've been
There it
looking
is.
to buy me one to lay on my iPad.
Well, first of all, I take it, do it like this, get it big, then I think it's.
It's on my list.
I got a pen out of it.
Hey, Kim, before I leave today, just see if we can find that number for me over on the art store, right?
I've been searching.
Me too.
Ooh, yeah.
I guess your copy and my copy run off together. I may ask Mr. Clark if he's got a contact.
Took a trip yesterday to the law enforcement. I went out Black Ridge. After you turn off there at the cannon factory and get started up Black Ridge Road, the trees right there on that bank, just about all the roots are washed out around it. That thing gonna hit the road. And
What is that?
on
Black Ridge.
Black Ridge Road. And I know it's cold right now. As soon as it gets warm, they need to hit that road and do some patching. Along with the other roads in the county, but I didn't know if you'd been out that way anytime recently.
None of that one. I've been on up above Manual up that way.
But I thought,
Tell you what, a lot of these back roads has got trees. It's,
Curious.
yeah, I've seen a couple in 221 that's in Carroll County that, it seemed to me like I've always watched them. Seem like they get good.
Yeah.
it used to be like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this winter's been really hard on timber. Because these winds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We don't think about at some point before June, proclamation recognizing Dr. Wheeler's contribution to the schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
As we get closer, yeah.
Well, no, just long as we do one before you leave.
I want to do it in May. Evening meeting in May. I don't know because
We may
You
have
may
to
have-
hold him hostage. Oh, yeah, okay.
got the Van Dyke one.
Pick up any of Wheeler's right there.
Yeah.
When you get back to the rest
Up, up. Oh, maybe. Oh. Oh.
He's just making sure it was available.
Oh.
It's cold. Take it on, stay a while.
This is March, when about an hour, it'll change it.
Kidding.
Good to have you this morning, so you can go ahead and do your presentation.
Okay.
Be an early birthday.
That'll be good. You're talking about Dr. Bessel, we were sending those accolades to the health department. I give a wellness report and we stay in touch with them. It's about every month. We do a Zoom call. Nurse Peggy does it, but they're readily available for us with anything. So very good partnership, always has been with the New River Health Department. I think with the appropriations we sent over, they're both pretty much the same as we have been. Our health, when you go to departments, you'll see the list, both those ESSER lists, ESSER 3, we're about done with putting back all the HVAC that was taken out. And the school construction, the big thing is the units that were not involved with the HVAC. We weren't able to do all those, plus the 2 roofs. So that pot of money has been exhausted too with those. We still have the auditorium unit. We still have the main gym unit at the high school that needs to be done. And, in years to come, I'll have that. Those are high dollar units. And in my opinion, the best way to do those without getting a ton of money up front is to fit it into your own budget and finance it at an extremely low rate, which most of these companies do. It's what we did with buses. It's what we did with the infrastructure, for, less than 1%. The buses were 0%. So it's a nice way to spend $1 million over 6 years and not have to pay a dime for that service. So, but those 2 expenditures, pretty cut and dry. As far as the update on the facilities, we're in good shape. Mr. Cox is a stickler. He's making sure all the little things are done, the paint, everything, a little touch up, adding a few things with citizens, with the door systems. So to make sure that our teachers can get in after hours easily and our cameras are up. So the security, the last walkthrough was pretty good, the punch list with the fire marshal and with our fine building inspector. So, but we have time. We're in good shape with that too. Probably in May, we're going to plan, we'll get a temporary occupancy and plan to use the 8th grade for some of the state testing. It helps us because we don't have enough space to do that in the high school. So, and then we'll have a nice little celebration there. It's at one point in May, dedication, and look at everything we got in there. But so far everything's good, and the little things that are coming along, a few pieces here and a few pieces there that are on back order. But other than that, we're in good shape with all that, and we'll keep rolling. But sent a lot of the accolades that we got over this year only, and probably athletically, when I came in and when I coached for years, you want your school division to be one of the top Wells Fargo Cup competitors. This will probably be the highest year we've ever finished. So that's a good thing. Well, outdoor track should have a great season. So we'll see with that, but everybody else had great seasons too. And very, very pleased with everything, as Mr. Vito knows, with You know, the basketball did awesome, both teams. So we're very pleased and very, very fortunate that, you know, we have the facilities and the people that are working with these programs that we do. That's the most important thing. And no news on the budget. July or April 9th is when they're going to reconvene. I didn't see anything that the governor's going to ask them to come back earlier.
Yeah.
So we're using the House budget, which is just a little above the governor's, but it's far off from the Senate. So it's basically worst case scenario. Really, there's not much we can do. We're still at a floor budget. We've taken out the buses are the big thing we've taken out, and until we see what they come back, and you know, our plan is if it's less, then we'll have to look at taking more out, and then our board will come back and say, these are the things we absolutely need, and the buses are a big thing. Employer contribution to insurance is a big thing, and probably putting back at least one of those positions would be a big thing. But we'll have to see. You know, it's going to come down to probably like we did a few years ago. Probably going to come down to a June timestamp. But we'll see what happens. But hopefully there'll be a little more from the state.
I wish all the localities could get together and let Richmond know we're tired of this nonsense. We go through it year after year after year.
Yep.
It don't affect them, it affects us. It puts us burn the midnight oil just trying to get, you know, a budget on our timeline. You know, it's about time they pick up the slack. You know.
Well, we'll have something to you April 1st. It'll be similar to what the draft is now. It'll be a floor budget. It won't be asked for any more. And I mean, it's hard to ask when you don't know what we're getting from the state.
Right.
At this point, it just really is. So every year we've tried to not ask for any extra. So we don't know.
Have you received or have they made the final provisions to cover their calculated screw up?
Just for the fiscal year we're take things out, that's $275,500 and some odd dollars was the difference. They're not touching that. They're not touching it at this point. So, I mean, it was good that they did the other, would have really limped in. Because that was money we're living in now. So, you know, I appreciate that, but the other one, we'll see. We'll see, and the biggest things we have in our budget are money that we get from the state, and if we don't do with what they say, you don't get the money, like raises. So, I mean, it's not like anything extra that we're putting money that's our money locally to it. It's state money that if you don't use it like this, you don't get it. So, we'll see. Maybe I'll be back in July. After I retire, the budget won't be done yet.
We may try to figure out somewhere in there to postpone your retirement. Yeah.
Be hard to do.
Yeah.
That'll be hard to do, huh?
Be hard to do. Be hard to do.
You catch a running target, huh?
No.
I really appreciate the job you've done. You still do.
Well, I appreciate it. Like I said, I did it with the people that are here. We're in a good place. I'm not going to give you 6 more years, and to start a new plan would, and not complete it would not be a good ending to my career. I want to finish it here, and I told them I'll be here June 30th. 36 years ago, I started on the first day I was supposed to be here. I'm going to end it on the last day I'm supposed to be here for the career. But if I'm not in the river, in the woods, or visiting somebody or going to a concert, I'll be happy to help out whoever next.
Sounds like you're gonna have a tight schedule.
Is there any word on the replace, like their timeline that you might be able to share?
It should be coming out. I think last night they're having at our 27th March 27th meeting, which is the final budget meeting, they're going to have public comment on the superintendent. Hopefully, they'll get it posted through VSBA this week.
Gotcha.
And then open it up, and like anything else, you don't want to send teachers out on an unknown, whether it's a budget or whether it's, who's going to be the next superintendent. So hopefully they can wrap it all up by at least the middle of May.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's the timeline.
Well, we'll see. They're going with VSBA, so they'll have it open, but hopefully through April, they'll go through the process.
All right, thank
Go from
you.
there. That's my, you'll get the official word when they decide. I
Right.
have nothing to do with
There you
it.
go.
I understand.
I don't even attend those meetings.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, Kim had an idea for you to consider, because we have a little time and because Dr. Wheeler is here. You okay?
My back.
She was suggesting that we go ahead while you're here and let you all consider the proclamation that I put together. And I will say Dr. Wheeler and his staff and his athletic director and all the academic folks really scrambled to try to make sure we had everything in there. And if you all like it, I would also ask that you, if you choose to approve it, that you leave some space just in case I spelled somebody's name wrong, or between myself and Dr. Wheeler's staff, we missed somebody,
And then
but
just pass it on.
if we could do that, that would be.
Yeah.
Oh, you should. It's a lot of names in there. Let's print out one so Dr. Wheeler can see it if you like. And I did get some, thank you. I did get some corrections. So I had put spring instead of winter for sports. And they missed one last name, but otherwise, I have everything in here, Dr. Wheeler, that you sent, with the exception of the one state competition coming up at the end of the month. But everything else in that is in there. And in it,
We can approve it with corrections as needed, and then
So we'll delete it in the record. Then Kim can always correct it. We'll go ahead
Yeah.
and read it, and that's way county knows what we're doing.
All right. This is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of Floyd County, Virginia, recognizing the athletic and academic accomplishments of Floyd County youth during the 2022-2023 academic year. Whereas Floyd County has a long history of athletic and academic success, and whereas the young people of Floyd County have been especially successful this academic year in athletics, forensics, and scouting, and whereas the Floyd County High School forensics team had a great showing at the Region 2C competition, including first place in impromptu, Jovi Jepson, first place in extemporaneous speaking, Michael Duncan, third place in original oratory, Lily Anderson, first place in poetry, Ruby Dowd, second place in prose, Eva Rose Sarver-Wolf, fourth place in prose, Claire Ellis, third place in serious dramatic reading, Lorelei Cox, first place in humorous and dramatic, Zaven Jerzinski, second place in serious duo, Caroline Wall and Ocean Church, first place humorous duo, Deshawn Orr and Nico Anderson, and second place storytelling, Seda Barrett. And whereas the Floyd County High School forensics team also excelled in the super regional competition, winning third place overall, and whereas individual members of the Floyd County High School forensic team also excelled in their personal, winning the following honors: third place extemporaneous, Michael Duncan; second impromptu, Jovi Jepson; fifth original oratory, Lily Anderson; second poetry, Ruby Dowd; third prose, Eva Rose Sarver-Wolf; sixth serious dramatic, Lorelei Cox; sixth humorous dramatic, Zavon Jerzinski; fourth serious duo, Caroline Wall, Ocean Church; First, humorous duo Jeshron or Nico Anderson, and second, storytelling Seda Barrett. And whereas Ocean Church, 8th grade, received honors for their individual outstanding performance in one act. And whereas Bella Bailey also garnered the impressive achievement of being the first Floyd County female to earn the rank of Eagle Scout in the BSA program, becoming part of an elite group of only 6% of scouts nationwide that qualify for the honor, having climbed 7 scouting ranks, earned at least 21 merit badges, and completed a community project. And whereas in the fall, Floyd sports teams were very successful, becoming regional semifinalists in women's volleyball, top 16, regional semifinalists in football, top 16, regional champion and 4th place winner in state for boys cross country, and regional champion and 3rd place state winner in girls cross country, and district, regional, and state champions in golf. And whereas there were also strong individual athletic performances in the fall, with an individual state champion in boys cross country, Mason Urchel, as well as a number of other state wins in golf and girls cross country. And whereas team sports in Floyd were also very successful in the winter, with the Floyd County High School girls indoor track team winning the state champion, the Floyd County High School boys basketball team earning the titles of district runner-up, regional runner-up, and state semifinalists, top Floyd County girls basketball team earning the titles of district runner-up, regional champion, and state quarterfinalists, top 8. And whereas individual athletics also excelled in the winter with girls' individual indoor track showings as follows: Zoe Belshan, the 4x800 meter All-State, 1600 meter and 3200 meter Aubrey Quessenberry, 4x200 meter, 4x400 meter state champions, and 500 meter All-State, and Mia Spangler, 4x200 meter, 4x800 meter All-State, 4x400 meter state champions, long jump, All-State, triple jump, and high jump. Emma Ballinger, 4x200 meter, Rosalind Brewer, 4x200 meter long jump and high jump, Emma Wiley, 3,200 meter, Leah Altizer, 4x400 meter state champions and 4x800 meter All-State, Abby Allen, 3,200 meter, and Reagan Lynch, 4x800 meter All-State, 1,000 meter All-State, and 4x400 meter state champions. And whereas individual male athletics also excelled in the winter with boys' individual indoor track showings as follows: Jackson Brewer, triple jump state champion with a 44 feet, 7.5 inches. Quinlan Beagle, boys 1,000 meter, and Jackson Brewer, boys long jump. And whereas these achievements reflect positively on these individuals, their families, their schools, their teachers and coaches, and the larger Floyd County community that supports them. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Floyd County, Virginia Board of Supervisors is pleased and proud to honor these outstanding students, young people, and athletes for their commitment to sport, education, hard work, and achievement. The board is excited for these young adults' future and looks forward to how these individuals continue to grow, learn, and excel throughout their lives, and hope they continue to call Floyd County home. We are honored to present this proclamation, introduced and passed by the Floyd County Board of Supervisors at their regular meeting, March 14th, 2023.
Appreciated by this whole community.
So if you sign yours, and then yes.
I'm ready.
Make a motion that this, proclamation, with corrections or additions as needed,
I'll second that.
Mr. Cox, do you got anything you want to say?
I was just gonna say, very nice accomplishment by the Floyd County High School students.
Anyone else got a comment?
Just as a matter, real quick, of staff, as someone who has been tied to this community a long time, but been living in a much bigger place for that time, it is really a remarkable set of accomplishments for what is actually a fairly small group of kids and have done just amazing things. This is more achievements, as I've mentioned to some of you, than was in some of the larger counties where I lived with 1 million people. And here there are 15,847 people. And so you all should be very, very proud, as I know you are, of the kids in this community, their teachers, their coaches, and their leadership support. So that's just a moment of personal privilege, if I might.
I
And with
know played their hearts out, put their hearts in it, and winning that, I mean, losing that by 1 point, you know, I mean, that has to be devastating, you know, especially in an overtime. And, you know,
Yeah.
they took it better than I could. But anyway,
And not just on the sports side, but the academics
Yeah.
as well.
yeah,
And I think a lot of that reflects back on the leadership.
you too.
I really do. You made an impact on this community that's not just impacted the current generation, but it's going to impact generations to come.
I appreciate it, but like I said, I have never accomplished anything. It was fortunate and blessed to be where good people were already there, and we had a good vision, and we did it at the right time before the world turned upside down, and we kept rolling before it, and we're rolling after it, so didn't slow us down very much, and we surround these young people with good people is the main thing.
But at the end, I've always said that any organization is only as good as its leadership.
Thank you.
And you're the head of the leadership team, so you deserve credit too.
Yep.
You're just too modest sometimes.
Honest too.
You want to go ahead, just
Call it.
call the roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the proclamation of the Floyd County Board of Supervisors of Floyd County, Virginia, to recognize the athletic and academic accomplishments of Floyd County youth during the 22-23 academic year, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenberg,
Yes.
Mr. Cox, and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, the proclamation is approved, and we'll be sure to get that appropriately advertised to the paper and those kind of things, and have it. And if I need any corrections, if you just have somebody send me a note,
I will.
that'd
I'll
be
have
great.
look through thoroughly.
Thank you, and then we'll put it on the website too, so people can pull it down and. Yeah. Thank you all.
Will a copy be sent to the high school? I think that would be appropriate too.
Yeah, I
Can
think
you
all
maybe
of us
bring them?
will sign the one that goes up there, right?
We can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, we can maybe put it in a frame for them.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be seeing you again soon, I'm sure. So thank you very much, and holler if you need anything.
Get ready for budget time. Probably said a lot of it. So, thank you. So,
I believe Dr. Bissell is tried to join us now, if you'd like to do that, and then we'll go to Mark after, if that's all right.
our schedule got messed up, Mark. So our schedule got sort of twisted. So,
Yeah.
we'll ring you, Bell. So,
It won't be long, though.
There she is.
Truly a lady on the go.
yep.
Dr. Bissell, this is Dr. Millsaps, the county administrator, and we have you, hopefully, you're frozen on our screen, but hopefully you can hear us, and glad that you were able to join us.
I apologize. I have a black screen, but I can hear you just fine. I apologize. I got busy in clinic and totally forgot.
Dr. Bissell, I think while there might be other things you wanted to address, if I might, Ms. Chairman, you all had sent a letter requesting essentially around $2,800 to help fill in a gap that was created by the Commonwealth, not providing as much funding as expected. And so at the last meeting, the board had asked if you could help clarify what the use of those funds would be in the situation a little bit. I don't think I'd be out of place to say that they're not always really excited for locals to have to fill in when the Commonwealth doesn't do what it's committed to do. So just so you know, that was some of the discussion last meeting, that if you had been here, you would have heard, so in the public comment.
No, I agree, and I understand that. That's part of a cooperative budget, that, you know, the locals, when they put up their funds, that they know they're doing that as part of the state going to match. You know, and I understand that. I think with all of our localities, we are asking if people will give us a little bit of grace here and allow us to keep the funds. The way we are making our budget work right now is we've had a lot of vacancies. You know, we have a lot of things coming up that we're trying to plan for, and we've had a lot of vacancies. So we've been able to make the budget work, but we are filling those positions, and so it is going to stress our budget. And wherever we can keep those funds, it'll help us continue to do the work that we've done. I don't think anyone can deny the impact of COVID on everybody, but certainly on the public health workforce. So we had a lot of people leave the workforce, and we're now recruiting and getting those folks back. But we have a lot of things to make up for. When public health kind of shifted to managing the pandemic, we obviously had kind of an all hands on deck effort, and we were committed to vaccinations. We were committed in the beginning to testing. But now we have a lot to make up for. We have a lot of other immunizations that we've fallen behind on our school-age children that we're trying to get back out into the community, to engage the community, to rebuild some of that trust in those tried and true vaccinations. We're seeing the effects of that. You may have heard that there's been measles. Once again, we're seeing a lot of some communicable diseases that really, when we had higher vaccination rates, we weren't seeing those. The other thing is anxiety, depression, mental health issues. We're trying to engage with our school systems because specifically in our younger population, the pandemic had a lot of effects on mental health with the isolation and a lot of the mitigation measures that we put into play. And then the other two big ones are something that the health department works on a lot: sexually transmitted infections. You know, the numbers initially looked like sexually transmitted infections had gone down during the pandemic, but that's not really the case. The case was that we just weren't testing for them because our clinics had been shortened and cut back, and people had been encouraged not to go out and seek treatment and care. And now that we're back to doing full clinics and actually getting the testing done, we're seeing that those numbers are actually higher. And so we have a lot of work to do catching up with that. And then finally, substance use really exploded during the pandemic. It was already already increasing prior to the pandemic, but again, with a lot of the mitigation measures we put into place, a lot of the isolation, a lot of the worsening mental health conditions with the stress of the pandemic, substance use has really become a problem everywhere. You know, we have worked with our law enforcement to make sure that they're adequately supplied with naloxone. Chad Harris actually just texted me yesterday about getting into some of the businesses to make sure our businesses have naloxone. We're trying to get out into the community to make sure that community members have naloxone. We're trying to make sure that it's everywhere. And then just trying to rebuild that trust. So hopefully we can get folks who are using substances to get them into whatever services they need, whether it's mental health services, whether it's rehab services, whether it's MAT, those support services, to see if we can deal with the increase in substance use and overdoses. So those funds would go to any of those efforts in Floyd County, providing all the services, continuing with our clinics and going and doing more of the outreach and engagement, because that's the way we have to get back to the trust. We have to regain the trust of our communities.
I was just,
Get closer to your
I
microphone.
will say one of the things that we knew prior to the pandemic, and the pandemic really proved, was that public health has to shift a little bit more to community outreach and engagement than just kind of waiting for people to come to us. It really is more about that meeting people where they are. So we have a mobile unit. We actually have several mobile units. We have a larger mobile unit. We have some vans that we were able to secure so that we can actually get out into the communities and offer our services. And community health workers, those are the folks that are out there meeting with the community members, talking to them one-on-one, engaging with them, answering their questions, addressing their concerns. And that's more important now than ever after the pandemic. And so we have to have those discussions at a national level, certainly at a state level, that we need, we're going to need funding to do that. Because the way I balance my budget, obviously you all put up funds, I have the state funds, and then we have certain revenue generating services when we do immunizations, when we do some of our clinics where we can bill insurance and we can generate revenue. Community health and outreach, where we're actually getting out there to our citizens, most of those are not chargeable services, so they're not revenue generating services. So if I can't cover it through the funds I already have and the revenue that I'm able to generate, there's a gap there. And again, I think we filled a lot of those gaps. We had some COVID money, but we've had a lot of vacancies and we've had those savings in our budget. But looking ahead and planning, in general, public health has to look at the budget, and they've got to help us, close that gap. And again, I think that's at a national level, but certainly at a state level, where we have to kind of convince our General Assembly that they need to be able to fund community outreach and community health work.
I think Jerry was first.
no matter.
So this is Kalinda, and I understand the all that you do for the community and health. With the vacancies you've had in the past, and that cost savings, specifically, what services would not be provided if we did not approve this extra money for you? Specifically, which services?
Specifically, what services?
Yes. Where would the gap, specifically, where would this gap be?
Well, I mean, I think we use this funding to help do some of our outreach events. So we would have less outreach events, which means we would get less naloxone out to the community. We would have less outreach events where we offer sexually transmitted infection testing and treatment. We still would offer them in the clinics. But as I said, I think what we're finding is that they don't always come to us. So I would say those services would most be impacted because we wouldn't be able to go out as much.
And
We still have to have the health department open. We still have to have the clinics in the health department. But those events where we're actually out engaging with the community, we would have to cut back some.
what's the cost estimate of what's the cost estimate of one of these outreach events? So how much would it be to send out
Well,
the van for a Narcan distribution?
Well, it's mainly covering the staff time to manage that event. So for
right.
naloxone distribution right now, we get that from the state at no charge, but it's covering, the staff time to go out and do that event.
And
So, I'm constantly pulling staff
right.
to make sure that we can cover all of our locality clinics, and then, our environmental health and all of the other activities that we have to cover, and then pulling the staff to go out and do those events. So it really is managing.
Right. What would be the cost for the staff for one day event is what I'm trying to ask.
Oh, I have that number. I wouldn't have that specific number. We would have probably 2 community health workers going for period. Sometimes our events are 4 hours. Sometimes, they're longer. I would say out in Floyd, we're probably looking at 4-hour events or shorter events. So I would say it's in terms of hundreds of dollars for one event. Several $100s to cover 2 staff to cover those 3 or 4 hour events.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Jerry Booth. Thank you for tuning in this morning. What was your total state shortfall again?
District, what happened was the information technology charges were not as high as what they were anticipating. So for the entire district, our budget was cut about $90,000. And then of course, when the state funds are cut for each locality, it involves that match. So we ended up well over $100,000 collectively for the entire budget being cut.
All right, and I know you were having staff open positions. How many more positions do you have that are open, roughly?
How many do we still have open right now?
Yes, ballpark, not exact.
We have 1 public health nurse. We have an environmental health position open. And then we have a couple of positions with our WIC. We have a nutritionist position, and we have a breastfeeding peer counselor position. Over the past year, we've actually filled several of those positions that were vacant. We filled a couple of our nursing positions. We filled a health educator position, and we filled an environmental health position that was vacant as well.
So you still have, say, 4 to 5 positions open then, give or take?
We do have a couple of positions open, yes, that we're hoping to fill.
Are the positions, are those district-wide positions, or are those specific positions to the Floyd office?
They more cover the district. For instance, the public health nurse position, it's not our nurse that's based in Floyd, but my public health nurses, they go to all of our localities. So when there's a clinic in Floyd, I have to make sure I have at least 2 nurses there. If there's any kind of activity in Floyd, I have to have at least 2 staff cover. But at a baseline, I only have 1 nurse who is assigned to Floyd. So I'll pull nurses from all of my other localities to come out and help cover. So we have 2 nurses for any clinics that we have. We have 2 nurses or 2 outreach workers for any activities that we do. And they may not be assigned primarily to Floyd, but we would pull them from elsewhere to come help out in Floyd. And we would pull the nurse from Floyd to come help in some of the other localities as well. We don't have a large enough staff and a large enough budget that we can't operate like that, that the people who are assigned to one health department only work in that health department.
Right. How many days a
Wouldn't be able
week?
to cover our services that way.
How many days a week is the Floyd? How many days a week is the Floyd department open now?
We're still just at the 4 days a week. Wednesdays, the Floyd Health Department is still closed. And so my staff do help with other activities. Wednesdays is a big day at my Montgomery clinic because we're doing a sexually transmitted infection clinic. We're doing family planning. We also do immunizations. So usually the nurse would come and help there. The environmental health folks out there continue to work on permitting and things, even if the clinic isn't open to customers. They still have things that they do out there. The office staff, some of them, sometimes they'll stay there in Floyd and work. Otherwise, if we need help with the clinics, we'll bring them here to Montgomery. And then they get reimbursed out of Montgomery's budget. Their salary for that day is paid out of Montgomery's budget because they're doing the work in Montgomery.
Right. So I take it the overall total 90 to 100,000 shortage. You're not really requesting from all the jurisdictions to fully cover that amount, are you?
No, we're not requesting to cover that amount. We're just asking to keep the matching funds.
Right, and
So
you're
in case
asking
it's
you're asking each jurisdiction to fulfill their matching fund that was budgeted originally.
Yes. Yes, we've lost the 90,000. We've lost that in the state funds, but we are asking to keep what was the match for those funds.
Well, thank you. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
So, Dr. Bissell, this is Linda DeVito Cookenbook. So basically, the state of Virginia has put the local health departments really behind an 8 ball, haven't they, with what was the reasoning so that our constituents here in Floyd County can understand why did the state decide not to fund you this money that had been promised?
Well, so this money was budgeted for information technology costs. Our information technology services are provided through VITA, Virginia Information Technology Agency. So when the state allocated this funding, it was specifically in anticipation of those VITA costs, which are significant. Our VITA charges are tens of thousands of dollars. And then when they got the bill from VITA, those charges were less than what was in the budget. So they cut those general funds allocations by that amount, where the VITA charges had been less.
And this was for your 2022-2023 budget?
Correct.
Okay.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, I'm trying to percolate some more, but yeah, at this moment, that's all I got.
It's percolating.
No,
Go
I think
forward.
I'm good.
Okay,
No more.
okay.
And if I might, Kim just clarified, the amount that has been requested is $2,819.
Which was the difference.
Which was the difference, so. I think-
Local funds match.
And local funds match,
If
yes.
I may, I just uploaded I took a copy and put it on a Word document of the original email correspondence in January. So that is now in correspondence.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Bissell, if you couldn't hear that, Kim was telling him that she's taken the email correspondence with your request and put it in their packet, so they have a little bit more of the background you provided in January. But I think with that, Mr. Chair, we want to see if Mr. Cox has anything? We have one participating remotely, so we need to ask him.
Questions, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Cox said he's good, so,
So,
and the chairman says he's good. So with that, Dr. Bissell, we appreciate you stepping out of the clinic to chat with us today, and we'll
Appreciate clarifications, yeah.
Everything you do, the clarifications and all the work you do for us, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bissell.
Getting late.
all right, so we'll go ahead and let David do his and then get Mark back. Come on, David. We're shuffling the schedule around this much. Not that you got anything you need to do, but you know.
Always pays to show up early. So.
Well, we have
Okay.
All right. Just got a few updates, maintenance wise, and a little bit of a surprise weather wise. The amount of stuff that we had last night, it was blowing around. Hard to predict where it was going to hit, but it was kind of all over the place. I was at the Montgomery County meeting last night and walked out of that at about 8:30 to quite a little flurry there, a little squall. So yeah, so we've had people out various times last night and this morning, and
Typical March.
yeah, typical March. And and the wind was blowing it around.
Okay,
Yeah, so it was windy and snowy. Over the last month, we've had, that's not the only kind of weather event that we've had to take care of. It's been kind of, again, these spotty things seem to hit mostly on the weekends, it seems. Some rain, some ice, some whatever stuff you want to call that. We were out running around Sunday, taking a look at some places out near the Parkway and Willis. It was it had quite a bit Sunday as well. But anyhow, in between all that, we have been doing some pothole patching. When we can, machining roads again when we can. Some brush cleanup, although there's some more of that to be done. I can list the roads, but we did some on Shawsville Pike, Christiansburg Pike, some on Daniels Run, Indian Valley Post Office, the primary roads as well as some brush cutting on Kennedy's Gap and Smarts View and Indian Valley, some on Sawmill Hill. Still have got that pipe replacement planned with environmental on Ferny Creek. That's still planned. We just have to get the permit scheduled for that. I know that's kind of been a mess. That's kind of it. Like you said, typical kind of late winter weather and trying to get as much done as we can maintenance wise through there. So I know we had the 6-year plan public hearing a couple of weeks ago. Got comments. I think the only kind of new road for the 6-year plan was DeHart Store. So the board, whatever its pleasure would be to pass, we could pass the as presented with the addition of that, and I think that would be okay. Or you can take some more time to think about it if you'd like.
And also potentially the turning lane at Barberry.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes, that and using construction funds for the resurfacing of Jerry Lane.
Yes.
Both those were discussed as well.
Yeah, on all three of those, I think we had pretty much
Yeah,
agreed all
that'd be good.
three of those be added on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Of course, the schedule for that will be weather dependent, and this is construction budget for the upcoming fiscal year, so a lot of that money doesn't become available till July 1. So we'll do what we can in between there with it, but we can't really use a lot of that till July 1.
could you, once we approve whatever, as long as there's no other additions or whatever, y'all used to put together, it wasn't a thick packet, but it was a breakdown, like a schedule, for each road, the year it's projected based on money, if money holds or improves, a projected start time and a projected finish time. Could once we approve the 6-year road plan with these additions, could you do just a preliminary?
Yep, I can put together a spreadsheet. It's not the same. Our central office program doesn't provide that same spreadsheet anymore, but I can make one fairly easily.
If you could,
yeah.
It just helps me
Yeah.
when I'm trying to explain to citizens, that worked great, because
Yeah.
I could just lay it right out in front of them, and I guess y'all could too.
Yeah, And we've got some roads that are not planned to be completed until the future, but we're accumulating money on them.
Right.
So yeah, you can see how, for instance, Starbuck and Hope Road are getting money
Right.
from each year, but we can't do anything really with it until we get the full amount, which won't be for maybe 2
Or
years.
at least where the next year will cover the
Correct.
full amount.
Correct. Exactly. So yeah, no, I'll put that together, and I'll have as soon as it's published, I'll have it's not a project spreadsheet. It's really more of a list that does require the county administrator's signature, and I'll have to get that. And I'll also need the signed resolution. I do have to actually scan those and send those into Richmond.
Once you sort of finalize it, if we could get a copy of the, surface treating or pavement schedule for the next year.
Yep, I'll have that.
I'll start down here on just seeing this one.
Start with Levi. Levi? David Clark is here. What you got?
Nothing really of new things to speak about, but I had a hard time a little bit hearing him. I just wanted to make sure that Jerry was.
Yes.
And Mr. Vest is in the audience making sure too.
Okay.
He does.
That was my number one thing. I just wanted to make sure that one was included. So thank you.
That's the first time I've seen him smile since he's been coming.
Mr. Vest just
Maybe
smiled.
the first time we gave him something to smile about.
Thank you for all his work.
That's it? That's it, Levi?
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I appreciate y'all's work on that.
All right, so I was in town when the VDOT representatives and the contractors were walking
I heard
around.
about that.
I pulled into
I
the
got some unsolicited help from that.
post office and said, "Hey, so what's going on, guys?" I mean, they were walking all over town, so it's really good. They're talking about the crosswalks, and yeah, it was really great to see everybody out. I also want to know, and then I'll get to some specifics. What is going on with these yellow wrapped stakes in the ground all over the place? Do you have any idea? Is this anything that's got to do with VDOT?
I don't think so. Where are you in town?
Everywhere, 615, mostly on 615. They're just stakes in the ground with yellow ribbon tied. If they're not VDOT, I don't
I'll
know.
check. It might be markings for some pipe replacements, but that's a lot.
That's a lot of
Yeah,
pipe
so
replacements.
I'll see what those are.
Yeah, just go home 615 if you
Well, I
want.
did, but you had mentioned the cut across the road, and that was a pipe. I
Yeah,
saw some of those there.
yeah.
So that's the only reason I think it might be related to future pipe.
Well, there's a lot of them. That'd be great if there's a lot of.
Too many, I got some.
Yeah, no,
I'll straighten the stakes and put them up in the district.
no, it's fine. I love the idea. I love the idea of getting that much pipe
We have
replaced.
done some on Level Road, Laurel Branch, Christiansburg Pike, and on Route 8 as well.
Right.
Route 8 south of town, we've done some
Right.
pipe replacements.
They may be doing that, setting up a game plan too.
Yeah.
It could be. I did get a compliment just the other day on one of the residents of Stonewall. And, you know, we're always saying all the problems, so it's always nice to be able to tell you about a resident who wanted to compliment your work on Stonewall and that it had been done. And she said it was very much needed. You know, with all this wind and stuff, there are a lot of trees precariously perched, say that 5 times fast, in and around the entire Floyd area. I don't have a specific one for my district, but I know, I'm trying to remember where it was, but there is one that, if there could be a crew that goes out and just looks, it's really, really bad. I know you've been trying to get at some of those overhanging trees, and you did a really great job in many of the areas around our county, but there are still some, and I know I kind of don't want to linger under some of these things because they look kind of dangerous. Other than that, thank you so much. I did see some of the pothole repairs when it got warm, so thank you. And I appreciate all the work that the crews are doing, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And
I'm good. For the most part, in our county, I'm really good. Thank you for all your work. There is a car eating pothole though in Montgomery County that affects a lot of the commuters from my district on Piney Woods. There was a stake in the center of it, which is the center of the lane, that was taken out by a tractor, I imagine.
my sister is a
Near,
To identify where
near
the,
the Indian Valley.
no,
It's
turns off of Indian Valley
Right.
Road, turns around, goes through Childress.
right.
Well, I was just wondering which end is that.
It's
up near
it's
the
Indian
Childress end?
Valley end.
Yeah,
Right,
See,
right,
the new
right
sec-
on the crest of the
Yeah.
hill. Yeah.
the new section we did.
Yeah, yeah. So even though it's not our county, I know it affects a
Sure.
lot of our drivers. So.
Yeah, sister and brother-in-law is there, and they said they'd appreciate that one.
That's a big.
It is. So, go ahead, Jerry.
I too am gonna spend most of my time thanking you and the crews. Start out with appreciate, please pass on to the, whoever did it, local or whatever, to get the, handicap signs back up on Dusty Rock that were
Oh, yeah.
taken down. I don't even know if you knew about
I
that. Okay. Appreciate the guardrail work there at the intersection of 730, getting that replaced. I don't know if that was the crew or our local crew, but do appreciate that. And just, I'll echo Linda. Just need to have the guys drive around and take a look at some of these trees. I've seen some that the root balls is just about completely washed out around, and they're going to come down. It's just a matter of when. And maybe if, as they have time, if they could, talk to some of the property owners and maybe get some of those taken care of, it'll save some problems during some real severe weather.
Right.
But,
Tell them about Black Ridge. You've seen
well, that
and
was,
I haven't.
out on this end of Black Ridge there at the Cannon Factory. When you turn up Black Ridge, you just go a little piece and it looks like there's a pretty good sized tree there that's got, I'd say at least half of the roots washed out. So eventually it's gonna come down. I don't see how it can keep from it. And while I'm on that, when the weather warms a little bit, I know you can't do it during cold weather, but the pothole crew could really work on that road too.
The whole little section of it.
Yeah, and, I don't know, that pavement on that road, like a lot of others, seems to have a lot of cracks in it that are not lengthwise,
Right.
but crossing the roads. And I don't know if it's that new mixture they're using tends to crack more. It just seems like our roads have a lot more cracks in it than they used to when we were just using the asphalt. That's gotta be letting water in. And then luckily we haven't had that much, but when it freezes, it's gotta expand and, create problems, but, and my ongoing list, so I won't repeat it. And unfortunately, the majority of it, if not all of it's outside of your purview, or you would have had somebody take care of it to shut me up. So just thank you and the crew over in Christiansburg and our local crew for everything they do. I know y'all are doing the best you can with what you're given to do with. We just got to figure out how to get more out of Richmond and more out of Salem so you can do more.
That would be great, yeah.
But thank you. That's all I had.
I've got one road that some people's called me a couple times on. It seems like the edge of the counties, sometimes they get to be a no man's land. They get forgot about, or that's the way they feel. But on Shearer Road, where Turnip Patch, I think it is, turns and winds around, comes out over on 58. They are really like to have that road machined good and some of the ditches cleaned on it. And they said they sure could use some gravel on the far end that's coming into 58. I think what it is where they turn off 58 and start up that hill. They just spin everything off.
Okay.
And so one gentleman's been taking his farm tractor, trying to
Doing
pull them
himself,
back,
yeah.
but I think he's running out of anything to pull back. So, Dave would appreciate it if you could get over in there.
All right.
And, you know, I really appreciate you coming out next day and finishing that road.
Yeah, they did
Yeah.
half of it there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I told the people, I said, just be patient. I said, you know, I just don't see them doing a half a mile and then quitting, you know, because they did a lot of work that day on that end of the road. And so sure enough, they was back the next morning, so made me look good anyway. But I really appreciate you doing that. And the lady on D. Hart Store Road, I hate to admit this, but I carried her letter in my day planner forever. Yes, and I was working on my farm bills one night, and somewhere in there it got mixed in there. So I went to call her to tell her about the 6-year road plan meeting and all that. I can't find it. I went back through the farm bills and all this other, so I don't know if it got mixed up in the shredder bunch or what, but if you have her telephone number or contact information, could you email that to me? Her name's Mears Guilford, I think's her name.
I'll see if I have that.
Okay, it's on D. Hart Store
Yeah,
Road.
it might be in my notes from when we took a look at it.
Yeah, we still digging. You know, my wife's getting tired of looking, you know, but she's a shredder operator, so it's her fault. So, anyway, I probably just, one day I'll just get in the truck and ride over and talk to her, but I've been so tied up, I even haven't changed to do that, so. But other than that, that's all I've got, other than I really appreciate all the work y'all do. You know, and I hate to bother you when emails, because, you know, I really don't like do that in between meetings, but sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah,
And,
it can be time, and we can get to something a little quicker maybe too.
Right. Mhm.
One thing, I'm sorry, one thing I forgot to bring up, if you'd pass on to Chris Price, as soon as the PSA gets the rest of their, schedule on what they're gonna do there on Oxford, then I'll get with him and let him know what it is and when they'll have that completed.
Okay.
Okay, Mark.
All right.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
thanks y'all
you.
very much.
Enjoy the March weather.
Yeah.
That was my one more thing.
There you go.
Today.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so. We done do all smart now.
Well, do you have a final format of that 6-year road plan, per se? Maybe by our next meeting, then go ahead and approve it and get it over with. And
Prove something on paper.
Drum roll.
man with all the answers.
All right. Well, thank you. I was told to give y'all a report of troubles and blessings and heartaches and tears.
A new country song?
Yeah.
Deer and your dog, right?
Start off with the landfill recycling. We have 5 trash trucks. We have a 2006, we're gonna have to park here we should have done park it. Anyway, we need it right now. But it's got over 300,000 miles, got some troubles in the back axles, the bed's, falling apart. And we don't wanna lose it on the side of the road. We have one 2011 running. We have another 2011 that's in the shop. Rear burns, hydraulic problems, leaking, so on. It's at Vice shop. 2216 is running, and both of them need rear lights put on the back of the bed, or they've rusted out. The new one, the 2022, which has seen very little work, it's up in Northern Virginia. They finally got the compactor working, supposedly. But before they called to come and get it, Peterbilt called and said, we have a recall of the rear ends crack in the park. So it's a Manassas, why didn't get that repaired? Thank you for the mini excavator. The boys are enjoying it. We got it first of the month. It got delivered. But next budget we'll be asking for a new skid steer because we got one now that's blowing oil out, and it's got over 8,000 hours on it. It's pretty well wore out too. Let's see. We do have a good crew. We got a full crew. The boys work good. They're very helpful. If we need something done, I'm using one of them right now to put up road signs and keep him busy about every week for a day or two. Get him Wednesday and Thursday. Try and keep that caught up. So as of now, we only got 2 road signs that I'm aware of that are down. They've helped out a lot up here with Jacob getting the playground mulched and Stick back here this morning, moving the building, cleaning up a mess for me. So we do have a real good crew there. All right, that's pretty about it about the landfill, I reckon. Unless you got any questions or concerns.
I will give a shout out to you, sign man,
Yes.
because I was pulled in the other day, was hauling hay, and somebody hook him a trailer, and kept seeing this guy over there working around one of them 911 signs. You know, he's digging, he's straightening, he walked back, looked, and everything. You know, finally I walked over and just struck up a conversation with him, which we didn't recognize each other, but we know each other from years past. But I mean, he was dedicated. I told Dr. Millsap, I said, he was dedicated on that sign. I mean, he really did a great job. He asked me, he said, now, is that good and straight and everything? I said, looks good to me, So then he wanted to know who I was. He didn't recognize me. So anyway, I told him, I said, you're doing a great job. It really is. I was impressed with the extra energy he was putting out in that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But I did notice when I went in up the green boxes up at Buffalo Mountain Road, somebody called me right after that and said there was a guy taking storm windows out of the big box, roll off. But they was busting the glass out on the ground and then taking the aluminum. So I went up there, but he seen me coming, and me and him's had interaction before. He's out of Carroll County, and he was all innocent when I pulled in. We talked, so there wasn't nothing I could do. The people that called wouldn't testify, so I had to let it go. But anyway, I was looking around the green boxes, and where one of the trucks pulled in, you could tell it looked like a line broke because it sprayed on the ground, and there was a little track going out. So I was expecting to see that truck sitting down the road somewhere, but apparently he made it back.
Well,
It may not have been one of our trucks, but it sure did look like where they pulled in.
it probably was. Cheryl's been looking, him and Jay's been looking for a used truck, but we're having trouble finding anything we find is pretty well sold. But we can rent one for $5,000 a month. And the price of a new
You
truck
heard that, didn't you?
today, I'm just going to say today, is anywhere from 375 to 415,000. The steel prices are gone crazy, and
Yeah, you see a lot of scrap metal going towards these recycling places now. I thought metal's got to be up.
so just food for thought on that issue. And I'll say no more. But the questions on that, yes.
Yes, concerning the landfill, have we received the, what's the situation with the contract with the hauler and with Cloyd's Mountain? Have we gotten any indication yet of what increases are coming or possible increases?
I haven't heard anything from the hauler. They did have a public hearing a couple of weeks ago, at Cloyd's Mountain for rate changes,
Right.
but I haven't gone back and looked at what it is, but there are some rate changes there.
And I know it's hard, but I've had a few complaints about the liquid running out of those big tractor and trailer trash trucks as they're hauling trash out. Aren't they supposed to be providing, I thought going way back, and it's been a long time, aren't they supposed to be providing concealed trailers so that anything that goes in it does not leak out on the highway?
Not that I'm aware of. It'd be hard to do, Jerry, because our green boxes are, most of them's got open lids and
Well, I
out in the
know.
weather. And we do bring them and dump them on the floor, and the floor's sloped to where
It's
the
supposed to
liquids.
run, but it still get some in the trucks.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Talking about the Thompson hauling.
I'm talking about the one hauling to Cloyd's Mountain, not ours.
well, thing,
Yeah.
when we do bring it to the transfer station, it's dumped on the roof, and we got the floor is drained to where liquid goes down to the tank and gets
Catch
pumped out
tank.
every so often. I mean, there's not how much more we can do.
Well, I mean, as far as the hauling, the truck hauling company,
I can try to find out. I can ask and see if they're required to have seals on them. But
That'd be on them, wouldn't it?
it'd be
I know,
Yeah,
I know. I'm
yeah.
not saying it's on us, but
Right.
we're the ones that catch the complaints. And it runs downhill.
Yeah.
So
It
I
does,
just
and-
pass it on. But I have had several complaints about that. So. And I wasn't sure, I don't recall having a copy of, I'm sure I got a copy of the contract in a tub somewhere, I just don't know which one. Maybe it's something to revisit in the contract and see what they're supposed to be providing and if they are providing what they're supposed to.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, we'll go back and look at that and see if we can find it in our vendor files.
Yeah.
Also, sometime at y'all's convenience, it's been 2 or 3 years since I asked for it. Could you all give me sort of a ballpark figure, how much it costs per ton to dump at Cloyd's Mountain? And maybe estimate on fuel costs, take it back and forth? Because that's one talking point that I can give people, especially the ones out of county, complaining about, well, I don't know why y'all getting upset. And I said, well, I don't like my taxpayers paying for hauling your trash. And then I tell them how much it costs to dump a ton of trash at Cloyd's Mountain. It was $50-some a ton, I think.
At one point.
Yeah, but I know it's gotta be higher than that now.
And also, I think the number of loads has increased too, the amount of waste. Maybe what the daily average is now.
Well, if I might, Ms. Chair, the numbers that I know for sure that in terms of the tipping fees, those are running between $33,000 and $39,000 a month. Yeah.
Last month was $30,753.68.
Yeah. So that's pretty much
The same
key.
thing.
Yeah. And then in terms of the bill from Thompson's, that's been running very close to about $18,000 a month, give or take. So that's the cost related to the hauling.
Just under 50,000.
Yeah, yeah, it's just around 50 to 55,000 a month, kind of depending, just for that part of the operation. And then in addition to that, Mark and I and Kim were noodling a while ago about, in terms of diesel fuel, we're probably going to spend $95,000 on diesel fuel for the trucks this year.
Easily.
Easily.
Yeah.
Well, if you can get the truckloads and what their average tonnage is, then that'll break it down to
Yeah.
what you're after too, even further.
Yeah, we can look at those bills. If I might, we also had asked Mark to update you a little bit about courthouse things for
Oh, yeah.
just a minute, if that'd be all right, and then
Just
we'll get to
a
all our others.
cheery
Yes, yes, yes. All right, the plaster work's going on pretty good. Uh, Practically, the basement's pretty well finished. We're still working on the second floor. Sheriff's Department. Friday, we're gonna be painting, well, Saturday, we're gonna paint the clerk of court's office. Cause they don't wanna be in there while they're painting, so they've got it worked out with the contractor to do that on Saturday. Have the boys from landfill up there Friday evening, help move some desk away from the wall, cover things up. But it's rolling along. That's a good thing. The jury room has been patched and painted. Ceiling grid is supposed to be going up today. Tomorrow we'll be putting lights and putting the heat diffusers back in the ceiling grid. Thursday, ceiling tile will be put in the ceiling grid. Friday, the carpet will be removed, floor will be prepped. Monday, new carpet goes down, and Miss Linda is working on the order of the furniture. So hopefully when the furniture gets here, we'll get it swept out and say, here you go. And hopefully that there be off the plate, no more worries. Let's see, moving right
I have a
along.
question about that. Did you have to reconfigure doors, or the doors stayed the same?
Doors
One,
stayed
two,
the same.
two doors?
Probably get them rekeyed.
Yeah, that'd probably be good.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, what we done, we took the probation officer, Miss Audrey, I believe her name is.
Yeah.
Out of the corner, put her back up on the second floor. I call it the second floor, the one on top. We got that half floor in there, kinda gets me confused. But, and then we took the break room, knocked that wall out, cleaned it up, and just made one big room.
Gotcha. So there's two doors?
There's two doors.
Good, okay,
And,
great.
we're gonna put a little table in there for the coffee pot, and when it ain't being used for jury, I guess it'd be a party room. Or a classroom, whatever they wanna do with it.
Maybe our new boardroom.
Now, for the secondary courtroom backup, that is gonna be the biggest part of the commissioner's office. Now, the back end is where we put the probation officer. We talked to the judge and we got a plan, but, gonna need a few dollars, so. Anyway, what we.
Can you clarify where we're talking about again?
Okay, it's on the second floor,
The main entrance door?
Floor.
top floor.
Lisa's office,
Lisa's, the commissioner's.
Why aren't we
office.
down on the second floor?
because that one where the judge wanted.
That's the only, we see, we moved the commissioner across the street.
Yeah, we also moved the treasurer across
Yeah,
the
we moved
street.
treasurer across the street too.
Why didn't everything shift over to the treasurer's office? And I still haven't really gotten an answer on that.
Okay. I'll be blunt.
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
We have three judges. And the three judges wants Nikki's office to stay where it is. The number one judge has give the treasurer's department to Rhonda, the clerk of court. And the only other location I had to offer is the top floor of Lisa's old office space. The reason the judge wants a second courtroom is like this past week. No, this is a new week. Last week, the jury court went on for 4 days. So the juvenile judge, he has to reschedule all his clients back to from 4 to 6 weeks to reschedule. And that puts, that makes the parents pretty angry because somebody wants their kid back. So he is very tickled, Mr. Dalton, to have a secondary courtroom so he don't lose cases. And he says the Florida County courtroom is the nicest courtroom he has all week with the other jurisdictions he deals with. So, with that said, I think we might need to carry on with the second courtroom.
Yeah, I don't think there's an argument about the second courtroom. The second courtroom is a good idea. I just don't understand why it didn't make sense to put both courtrooms on the same floor, right across from each other,
In the secure location.
in the secure location, with the
Well-
metal detector.
That causes a lot of problems for the sheriff's department and everything else. If you got two courts going at the same time, across from each other, keeping the witnesses separate, you know. You've had to do it to understand what you.
Yeah.
I agree with you, and I pushed that point,
Yeah.
but
As far as you could.
yeah, at 59-year-old, I'm starting to learn when to shut up.
There you go. Takes a while. I had to learn the hard way. So.
Well, I don't pay no mind to you.
Yeah, that don't apply to you too. That's, yeah.
If
Well,
I'm,
it just puts this board in a pickle from what was the intended and agreed to begin with. We took a lot of heat trying to work with them, and now that's all out the window.
if I might, Mr. Chairman, so a little bit on some of these things. So in terms of the use of the treasurer's office by the clerk's office, by Rhonda, essentially, I think there is a lot of candidly very reasonable concern that the space that the very important documents to families in this community are not in the best spot in the basement down there. So the wills and the deeds are in space that in the past have flooded. We have all kinds of little creatures that like to join us down there, you know, mice and rodents and that kind of cockroaches and things. And so I think that the judge was clear with Mark and I that, because we asked about that, why, and so he feels it's really important to the community, in his opinion, that those documents be secured in a space that they're not going to get wet and hopefully they won't have rodents and those kind of things.
That was one thing he stressed to us when we met with him. We almost lost all them records a few years ago when the
And she's still got, you know, tarps over stuff down there just in case. So Rhonda's trying, but so there's that. And then in terms of the other space, of course, you know, right now the Board of Elections is aware that there might be a dual purpose for that, at least for the spring. And so the furniture and the layouts that the judge and Mark and I have been talking about would allow that space to either be early voting space, as was thought from the beginning, with an occasional need maybe on Wednesdays of having some overlap. But I've also committed to them that I would, if it's during early voting period and there's a run over in the court downstairs, that we would find another space for court for just that one day or so. Because I know once you open up for 45 days, you've got to stay in the same space.
Yep.
So, and I recognize all that is not exactly as you all had hoped, but that does allow us to keep between that second courtroom and the jury room downstairs, that does allow us to keep jurors in the same building, which is far safer.
Absolutely.
And then in terms of the metal detectors, we've been engaged a little bit with the sheriff's office about maybe a slightly different configuration for that to increase security as well. I don't know that we've gotten to the point of saying that's exactly what's going to happen, but we've been working on that. So just so you all have more explanation to folks, that's more the background of what's been going on.
Well, and let me be clear, we're gonna do what we have to do.
Absolutely.
But I just felt like we need a little public discussion on why we're doing what we're doing now.
Well, I was sitting here thinking about what I started my career in law enforcement back in the ancient age. But probation parole officer looked at me one day because I was new to circuit court. And he said, just remember one rule when you go in there. If the judge says jump, you say how high.
Yeah.
So you don't argue, you just say yes, sir, and move on. So, so that's sort of the situation we're in, This judge has worked with us, been real good work with us. But it's come a time that we gotta do something,
Yeah, well, Miss Linda and I have been trying our best to keep the
Yeah.
judge informed. He seems
yeah.
very happy with it, and he's not made the first complaint. He's
Right.
always asking,
Right.
and yeah, he is very well to deal with. I think we all have a good plan. I didn't like it at first because it caused me a lot more work, but anyway.
So that space downstairs, across from our current courtroom, that is a large space.
You talking about Nikki's?
Yeah, not just Nikki's and just, yeah.
So what's gonna transpire, and I understand now what we're doing on the top floor. What's gonna transpire in those spaces there now? Are they just gonna remain the same as they are?
Really?
Because I thought part of the, I'm sorry, I thought part of it was to try and have space for the attorneys to meet with their clients without having to stand in the hallway and do it.
They
Well,
still got them two of the rooms there, right?
Yes.
yes, and if I might, also the room that was the undersized jury room, so the jury room that wouldn't hold 12 people,
In the courtroom?
within the courtroom, that'll be available. We're gonna move the chairs that are in there now, because there's some other matching chairs. Those all go to the jury room downstairs. But when I went to Charlotte and look for furniture, I was able to find some nice chairs, 6 chairs to put in there so folks could meet with their lawyer. So that's another space.
Do they have access?
No, you have to go through.
So
What
what,
they'll do there, I feel like the prosecution have his witnesses in there, so they're separated from the defendant, and then the attorneys across the hall, them two of the rooms. I feel like that's where the attorneys will meet with their clients.
in down the hallway, in those two rooms, right,
Office, yeah.
yeah. Which was gonna be possibly a jury room, but would not fit it because we'd have to take the whole thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, and again, we have some other ideas about improving the security as part of this, because that has been one of the judge's big concerns, the security, not just for obviously the judges, but for the staff and the community that's there. So we have been talking with Sheriff Craig a little bit, and so we might have some other thoughts there. And there's the lead judge, Judge Fleener, is also reached out to the state Supreme Court because they put out an opportunity for the buildings to be reviewed for free for security purposes and come back with recommendations.
That's good.
And so he has requested that. We don't know when that'll happen. We don't, since it's free, I assume it's going to take a little while, but that is part of where we're trying to go.
So we got a good plan.
Yep.
You just gotta be patient.
It's like everything, it looks all just oriented when you first start, but then the pieces start coming
Yeah.
together.
Yeah, and
So I'm gonna ask this question back on your comment that started this.
all right.
You said you need a little bit of money.
Well, I want to give you an update on the second courtroom. We, since we got the crew there doing the plaster, so we went ahead and, went there and removed all the electrical component tracks that was on the wall, getting all that patched up, ready for paint. So what we got to look at, we got to drain the chiller, Johnson Control, has given us a cost of $1,183.67 to drain the chiller. Then I'll have Mark Huff go up there and reroute some copper tubing and a drain line, because in that space, the judge requests that the closet be removed so nobody can hide behind it. So we got to drain it, get that lines removed, take out the closet, then put the lines back together. We'll get the closet removed before we start all the lines.
The closet is right at the front door left side, correct?
No, it's in the Commissioner's Revenue Office. Go in the doors to the far right on the exterior wall.
The exterior wall.
Back over in behind where Lisa's desk was.
Oh, there was a closet there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a.
Oh. Yeah, right. Oh, there's a left closet. I had never noticed that.
Okay. Well, yeah, but I've emailed the judge. I ain't got a reply back. Probably won't get back till, I don't know, maybe sometime this week. I don't know if he's got another jury trial going on this week or not, but we'll still have to do about a 12-inch bump out to get the water lines, time you build a wall and so forth. We can't take it down the exterior wall. Could make another route, but it'd be very costly. So hopefully he'll go along with that little bump out. And then we have to run, I guess it's Cat 5, 6, whatever that computer wire is.
6.
From the Supreme Court computer system in the basement up into that area for the courts to have. We got to rekey the doors, new paint, probably new carpet, because when we tear out the closet, we're gonna have a big hole there. Then we got to put in a new door, 3/0 by 6/8, which is going to go in the wall between the new court and the probation office for handicap accessibility. Patch walls, and then we got to build a bench table for the court, for the judge, and the clerk to sit behind. So I'm thinking about just getting some nice plywood, make a big front, put a door in it in case we get a handicapped judge in there, platform for the judge to sit on, like a table style bench, nothing too fancy. And say suey, and there you go.
Probation office, in the door left side.
Go in the probation office to the right side. There'll be a door.
Walk in the Commissioner of the Revenue's office. Where's probation?
Okay, it's off to the left.
Inside the Commissioner of the Revenue's office or no?
Yes. Yeah.
In that back corner.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Where all the books were.
Yeah, see, the door going to the probation's office is handicap sized.
Yeah.
Instead of cutting all that block and
Yeah.
out, well, we got a sheetrock wall, we're just gonna cut a hole in it. put
Right.
that
Right.
was
Yeah.
Only for those who need it.
Now, what about that little closet that has electronics in it? Right as you go in the Commissioner's office. What's going on with that?
It's gotta stay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's got a lot of computer. and
Yeah, it
all
does.
that.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that stays. It's unlocked.
Rekeyed?
No, we'll leave the same key in it.
Okay.
Ain't no need to change yet. We just need to rekey the doors. What I want to do is the door next to Amy's office, that in there is where the judge's bench is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have it keyed, one key for that, for the judge access, and the judge, bailiff, and me will have that key.
Gotcha.
And the other two doors will be keyed separate for me and the bailiffs to let the public in and out. So,
You meaning county administration?
yeah,
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
right.
I mean, just kind of making it clear for our listeners.
Good.
Yeah.
I guess this is my edification. Probably outdoor. or our business, yes. But when circuit court's not meeting, the other judges can still use the big courtroom, right?
Yes, sir. This is only for instance when the
Where
main
there's
judge
two
has.
of them together.
Yes, sir.
Because I was wondering, because, you know, entrance to the main courtroom from the jail over there, so you can bring them straight food, no public contact and nothing, right in there. So if you got a domestic case going on and one of them's in jail, you gotta bring them out, down the elevator, into the lobby, across to the other elevator, upstairs, you know, and you get a pretty rowdy individual. That's a long walk.
Yeah.
So I was wondering about that, if they could use, maybe put them cases, which it ain't our business, you know, on days when they can use the main courtroom.
Well, that's a good thought. I mean,
Doorman.
they could reschedule that one and just sit here and schedule the whole courts.
I'll let them fight that battle.
All right.
That's what they get the $200 an hour for.
So that's probably about it. I'm figuring give or take $10,000 to get the courtroom dressed up.
It's still less than I was figuring. it would.
Me too.
I'd be happy to spend more if you.
No,
All right,
I
y'all.
like your conservative attitude.
We good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good as it's gonna get.
Press on.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work, Mark.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman, so you will see on, under new business, item G, courthouse repairs and renovation appropriation. So while we've been very conservative to your point about how much we're spending, we are starting to put in more bills. And so we would like to go ahead and make that a separate appropriation with a separate line item to make that different than just our current maintenance
General
budget.
properties
Yeah.
So the
or.
rubbers
So-
begin to meet the road now. So, yep.
I'll make that motion to authorize that appropriation.
Do you want to put a maximum of $50,000
How
total?
much?
50,000 total,
50?
up to 50,000 if necessary. I'm certain the auditor and the attorney would want me to have a number. Okay.
I was gonna say 30.
Mr. Booth, and then, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman?
Did you catch everything, Levi?
Some pieces, it was a little bit low volume.
I'm sorry, you out of sight and out of mind sometimes.
So is the problem when somebody is up at that microphone?
Yeah, I can see that. I didn't hear what Dr. Millsaps had said about the appropriation. What was it?
Okay, if I might, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Cook and Book. So, Mr. Cox, that I pointed out to them when, as Mark was walking away, that on your agenda under 11G, you actually have an item on there for courthouse repairs and renovations appropriation. And up to this point, we've been taking the funds to purchase these changes and renovations out of general properties and out of our maintenance dollars, but that's really not the appropriate bookkeeping for it. Plus, it's drawing down funds that we otherwise would need for maintenance and those kind of things. So our request as staff is to ask you all to appropriate up to, as needed, up to $45,000 for courthouse repairs and renovations. And I had suggested 50, and Mr. Booth said, how about 45? So, and I believe there was a motion by Mr. Booth at 45 and a second by Ms. Bechtel.
Will come out of contingency, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear that, Levi? Contingency is where it's coming out of.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Chairman, would you like me to call the roll?
Go ahead.
All right, on the motion to appropriate up to $45,000 for courthouse repairs and renovation from the contingency fund in our current FY23 budget. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
I'd rather save it, but yes.
Okay. And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right. Well, we as staff are committed to trying to make this look as nice as possible, but for the most reasonable cost. And so
We're enthusiastic behind you know.
not in front of me though. Okay. All right. Well,
I will have to say that, Mark and Dr. Millsap put their heart in this. And Mark, I mean, I don't see how he keeps it all straight. I really don't. And there's so many moving parts to this, He would have done it all smooth a long time ago. But I think they're doing a fantastic job. And like I say, we don't keep the judge happy, because that's better than a $40,000 courthouse. I mean, $40 million. $40 million. So,
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully the plans won't change too much here going on.
all right, Mr.
So I
Chairman,
guess now
we're
we
just a little late, but you have many of your next speakers here already.
yes.
So, I don't know. So, as I mentioned earlier, this next section, it specifically relates to that $4,500 grant that you all match and how that would potentially be divided. But it is also, I think, a great opportunity for these two executive directors to let you all know all the great things that are going on in the community that, unless you're really into the arts or have children, you may not know about, but they're doing really, really good stuff and far more than I think most people realize. So it's really positive for us to have this opportunity to share this with you in the community. And so, if I might, Ms. Chairman, the first person we have up is Keela Dooley Marshall, and she is the Executive Director of the Floyd Center of the Arts.
Hello. Can I pass out? Sorry. These to you.
Just her mic for.
Make sure,
Break it.
just
Yeah,
make sure it's up close and if you can move.
Yes, I will.
We do have somebody.
Thank you.
Remote. Thank you.
Okay. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Keela Dooley Marshall. I am originally from Christiansburg, and I went to Auburn High School. In high school, I was very active in my art classes in the art club, and I dreamed of going to Floyd because Floyd was art heaven in Reiner. We always dreamed of going to Floyd, and any reason we could go to Floyd, we would, just to walk downtown and see the unique art. From there, I went to Radford University, where I studied studio art with a concentration in metalsmithing. And then after that, I went to the University of North Texas to receive my Master's of Fine Arts in metalsmithing and sculpture, where I also taught and managed a digital fabrication business. Then I went to Appalachian State University, where I created a business within the art department, offering fine art printing services and digital fabrication services. And now I am blessed to be the executive director of the Floyd Center for the Arts, following my dream of being in Floyd. Married a Hillsville man, and he brought me back home to Virginia. So I'm excited to talk to you today about the Floyd Center for the Arts. Not only am I excited that it's a 1940s dairy barn that was created into an art center by a grassroots group. We've been growing the arts in Floyd County since 1995. Over the past 28 years, the Floyd Center for the Arts has played an important role in the growth of Floyd's prominence as one of the largest artisan communities in Southwest Virginia. With the Floyd Center for the Arts showcasing, supporting, and passing along our shared creative culture to both young and old, resident and visitor alike. Our mission is to showcase arts of the highest quality with a focus of Floyd County's rich Appalachian heritage, provide opportunities for all ages to engage their creative spirit in learning and growth, and foster Floyd's creative culture by supporting artists and partnering with others to benefit our local community. What makes the Floyd Center for the Arts unique? We have the largest exhibition space in the New River Valley that is not associated with a university. We were voted #1 art gallery in Floyd and #2 in the Southwest Virginia by Virginia Magazine. We offer art education for all stages of life and skill level. Our studios are low cost, staffed, safe, and fitted with tools and equipment out of reach for many. You'll see a list of our studios below. We have the Pottery Studio, which is in the old creamery of the barn. We have the Blacksmithing Forge, our Glass Studio, which features flame working, stained glass, and metal smithing. We have our new Fiber Studio in progress, a new digital art fab lab that will feature a laser cutter and other equipment to come, and a printmaking studio in progress. Our 7-acre campus includes low or no-cost indoor meeting space for large groups and events, small private artist studios at low monthly rental rates. We have an outdoor festival space located to downtown, close to downtown. Our 2022 by the numbers, we nearly had 6,000 visitors, 20 art exhibitions, 7 concerts with top-tier performers, 71 classes for ages 6 through seniors, 550 people attended our open house and demo days, and 45 open studios in our stained glass and pottery studio. Kids are special at the Floyd Center for the Arts. We are growing the artists and audiences of tomorrow by encouraging our youth to see art of all kinds, learn art of all disciplines, and create with professional working artist instructors. Some of our children or youth programming, we have our after-school arts, which are 2 sessions of 4 classes throughout the school year for students ages 6 through 10. We have our fairly new homeschool arts program. We're in our 2nd semester right now. 2 sessions, ages 6 through 10 and 11 through 17. Weekly classes feature 8 mediums per semester. Summer art camps, we have 2 week-long camps for ages 6 through 10, another for 11 through 12, or 14 rather. Camps end with a public art show to show off their hard work. Student art exhibitions and youth art gallery features works by Floyd County High School. We have our annual Floyd Art Show. Spring House will be having an exhibition soon in our youth gallery, our NRV, Montessori, Blue Mountain School, and others. We offer discounted concert tickets for students. We have the field trip program, partnering with public and private schools to provide docent tours and art demonstrations. In 2022, we had 250 students participate in the field trip program, and we were able to offer free of cost field trips with a grant that we received. In-school workshops, we send FCA instructors into schools to put on an art demonstration, and we did this with the Floyd County High School and Blue Mountain in 2022. We believe we are stronger and more sustainable when we engage in creating a more inclusive culture that is welcoming, respectful, supportive, and accessible to all. We are committed to making our campus accessible for people with differing physical abilities. Our facility is ADA compliant. For those who are homebound, we provide YouTube videos of gallery exhibitions and Zoom for elderly volunteers who cannot attend our after dark meetings. We work to eliminate barriers to participation and increase access for the under-resourced in our community by offering scholarships for both children and adults. We offer discounts for multiples and sibling enrollments. We offer discounted student tickets to concerts. We seek sponsors and grant funding for after-school arts to keep the tuition low at $10 per class. The impact of the VCA Creative Community Impact Grant funding is to provide funding for scholarships and community outreach. My personal goal is to give the center back to the community. Our 2023 highlights. The FCA's programming and presence in the community helps preserve and enhance the precious artistic, cultural, and historical assets of our community. Some of our upcoming events, we have the Appalachian Strings Exhibition, which is featuring handmade acoustic stringed instruments by local luthiers, and there will be concerts as well. We have our Farm Life and Art exhibition that will be inviting local artists to submit to this exhibition. Floyd Heritage Craft classes that will be going throughout the summer. And then we're very blessed to be having our Living Traditions Festival, a celebration of Floyd County's folk and traditional arts that we received a grant from Mid-Atlantic Arts to have. And this festival will highlight crafts of yesteryear, raise awareness of present-day folk art practices, inspire interest in learning to ensure the arts will live on. And you can read more below. Collaborations are in our DNA. The Living Tradition Festival will be having many collaborations. Precious artifacts from the collection of the Old Church Gallery, Floyd's Cultural Arts Museum, will be on display. Catherine Polly, Floyd's unofficial cultural keeper, and FCA's 2023 Distinguished Artist will tell stories about the history and people behind the artifacts. Young and old alike will marvel as experts, our accomplished Floyd neighbors, demonstrate their craft. Partners include Junebug Center, Handmade Music School, Old Dominion Blacksmith Association, Floyd Quilt Guild, Handweavers of NRV, and many more. Other collaborations planned for 2023 include co-host the new Floyd Fine Arts Show with Floyd Tourism, and that will be located downtown. Host Onward NRV's Experience Day to attract, retain recent college graduates to the area. Host the Old Dominion Blacksmith Association hands-on forging event. Host the Tri-State Sculptures Association 4-day conference and community demonstration. Fingers crossed we get the iron pour. Host Artisan Trail, Artisan Market, and Gallery Walk. Pop-up art tent at community events including Kite Day and County Fair, Downtown Halloween, and the Christmas Parade. And develop a new sculpture trail with Partnership for Floyd. We are excited about the new changes coming to the Floyd Center for the Arts, and we are so grateful to be able to share the news with you. Thank you for your time, and are there any questions?
Make any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just that, in my time on this board and serving on that board many years ago, the center has came a long ways, and really in a short time. And they've had some good people associated with it, and they should be congratulated where
Absolutely.
they're at.
Me and you remember the Arts Center being C.W. Harmon's farms.
Wow, man.
To talk to you about it. We are fostering our history.
Don't forget Doris Turman used to store his tires up there after he quit being a dairy barn. But,
Right. Well, we found many of those around the property.
yes. There's quite a few around there.
Yes.
C.W. Harmon had shelves built for feed and
For
hardware and fertilizer and different stuff. And then, he moved up on 221. I've watched that thing progress for years.
That's great. Well, we are working on a heritage hall where we can foster our history in the buildings. That's very important to me. Yes, I'll be contacting you.
Yeah, contact all the dinosaurs and they'll know what's going on.
Okay.
Just call Alvin Harmon, C.W. Harmon.
Yeah,
He's the oldest son.
he can give you history even going back further.
Wonderful.
He probably grew up working in that.
Probably.
Yeah, so he would be a good person to reach out and get some history on it. So,
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, your next speaker is Shannon Hardwick, and she's the Executive Director of the Junebug Center.
We might have to adjust this mic more. I'm a wee bit tall.
I don't
Could you pass out
understand.
my phone?
She's beginning.
Can I get one of those? There's an extra.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. I have extra copies too. If anybody's like, I want one of those binders.
Everybody,
I brought
back
extra.
in town, there are copies for you, all of these things at your desk, okay? You're welcome.
And Levi, anytime I keep forgetting about you, you need something, just holler at me real loud.
Everything's been good hearing the presentations? All right, great.
Wonderful. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Shannon Hardwick. I am a local girl. I'm from Radford, born and raised. Went to Radford University twice, bachelor's and master's. And then I went on to Virginia Tech for my PhD, which is in curriculum and education. I found the Junebug Center after 12 years in higher education at Ferrum College. I remember driving through Floyd all the time, and I'm like, because that commute is long. If you've ever driven Radford through Shooting Creek to Ferrum, you know that's a long drive. So I would drive halfway through and be like, why can't I just work in Floyd? Why can't I work right here? They have good restaurants. Ferrum had no restaurants. So my dream came true, and I was hired as the executive director of the Junebug Center a little over a year and a half ago, going on my second year, and so far it is such a wonderful place to be, and I don't know, I feel that there's definitely purpose there, and I'm so happy that that I was able to come to Floyd. Well, anyway, that's enough about me. Let's talk about the Junebug Center. History, many of you probably already know that it was founded in memory of June McBroom by Swede McBroom, her son. She was also called Junebug. And she had this belief that because we were in this rural predicament here, although it hasn't really turned out that way, has it? It's been a great blessing. That the kids would not have access to quality arts education. And that's how the Junebug Center came about. If you look in your beautiful red binders I provided, I have all kinds of our offerings in there, from our after-school programs to our summer camp programming. And you can see even our new programming called Little Earworms for the little ones, where we introduce them into music from that early stage. And hopefully they'll fall in love with it and maybe join that kind of famous around town Floyd Jams program. If you've seen a kid with a banjo in the county store, the country store, that's probably one of our Jams kids. So think about us the next time you see a little one with a fiddle. On the other side of that binder, I have my requests for funding through the Creative Community Partnership Grant. And all that information is in that letter. I will go over that briefly, but I don't want to read it to you. We did move from a nonprofit private foundation, many people don't know that, to a public charity, which means we did have private funding. Over the last 2 years, that is gone. We now are a public charity, 100%, and we rely on our grants, our donations, and our registrations, which I'm pretty proud of. We've done a really good job with our after-school program this year. We also rely on our events. So if you've been to a play at the Junebug Center in our famous Black Box Theater, if you haven't, you need to come there. We've done a lot of work. You'll also see our performances over the year, the Theater Guild. We just completed the 25th annual Putnam Spelling Bee, which was a really big hit in Floyd, and we sold out Saturday. So pretty excited about that. So I'm here to request for funding so that we can continue our mission. Our mission is affordable programming. So many of our students and our families are struggling financially now. For the first time ever, we were able to put our summer camps on what's called sliding scale tuition. That's income-based. We've not been able to do that before. So many kids in our area had access to this quality, enriching summer camp opportunities that they had never had opportunities for before. So that's what I'm here for, requesting that funding so we can keep supporting that mission. Our costs stay low, but our quality stays very high. A couple of examples of those offerings that are definitely geared just towards the arts. our after-school programming and our acting classes, our musical theater, and for the first time in several years, we brought dance back to the Junebug Center. So we have a class called Jitterbugs, where we intro all the 7-year-olds to a bunch of different dance styles, hoping they'll fall in love with one. We hope to be offering ballet courses soon that are definitely much more tailored and detailed to what, hopefully, everybody's driving to Radford, they'll be able to get right here in Floyd. That came about because I had a little conversation with a little girl. I'm still in Radford. I haven't moved here yet because price of housing, but I'm working on it. I had a conversation with a little girl. My 10-year-old, is in a Ruby program. It's a ballet program. The conversation with the little girl was, why don't we have ballet in Floyd? Why can't I take it? Driving is not an option for everybody. We're making that possible. That's one of the first things I did. We are going to have ballet in Floyd because of that little girl's conversation. I don't think it's fair that Maddie has that opportunity if Sophie doesn't. Some other things we offer are definitely our events, our Floyd Jams program, our Blue Ridge Strings programs, where it's a Suzuki-trained violin teacher. We also serve a large underserved community, those that are struggling financially. And to date, for years, we've been known as a very safe space, an inclusive space in Floyd County, especially for our teenagers. And if we know those teens are hard to get to go anywhere, we're getting them to come to the Junebug Center. They're not at home alone after school. They're in these enriching programs where they are acting. Guys and Dolls will be coming up in June. That's a nice time to plug that one. So come out and see those kids that I'm talking about because it's quite magical. You know, I get to hear them sing that note for the first time. It's not as pleasant as you might think. And then I get to see them perform at the end and the growth. If anybody knows some of our instructors like Emily Groover, then you know the magic that takes place there at the Junebug Center. We also provide a lot of services to the community in the wellness area. We have added over 5 yoga classes, so if anybody is interested in yoga, I teach one on Thursday mornings. We've also added some other wellness concepts, and we hope to bring in health coaching as well, so that, again, opportunities are here in Floyd, and we don't have to drive to Blacksburg or to Radford or to Roanoke for those type opportunities. We also have applied or requested funding through this community partnership grant because we feel like we fit that criteria. We are an arts center. One of our mission statements, we've even included the word STEAM. I know you're familiar with STEM. Well, STEAM is arts in the middle of that. So it's science, technology, education, arts, and mathematics. We want everyone to know that the arts are a huge part of the Junebug Center, and we want it to come across in everything we teach and do. Your funding would help us with our mission. It would help us with scholarships. At Junebug Center, there is no child that's ever turned away from our programming because of cost, even if it at times puts us at a deficit. I never ask for money for an organization that I myself do not support. Every Thursday morning, again, another plug for my yoga class, 9:30 a.m. gentle yoga at the Junebug Center. All of those donations go towards our after-school programming. And to date, I'm somewhere between $200 and $400 a month just with that class donating to the Junebug Center after-school programs. Pretty proud of that. And again, I wouldn't ask for money to a place that I wouldn't put my own money into. So, humbly asking for your funding. And if you have any questions, I think I still have time.
Anybody got any questions or comments?
I will note that in our proclamation with the forensics team, almost every single student that is in that forensics competition was and is still involved with the Junebug Center from a very young age. So there is that kind of connection, interplay, and the way our community really does come together is pretty amazing. But I was just thinking that as you were talking about the plays and stuff, that yeah, almost every single I read it, and I don't think there's one that wasn't involved in one way or another. May not be still, but most of them still are involved. So
Yeah, we just had that celebration. I think out of the 14 students, 11 or 12 are
yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, and I bet you 2 more will join.
Hope so. That's why the celebration, we invited the whole team.
Yeah, right. There you go. There you go.
Just want to say, as a neighbor, I've watched this organization grow too, and it's just outstanding what y'all have been able to accomplish too.
You're a good neighbor, by the way.
Depends on if the chickens stay where they're supposed to.
Great. We gave them our pumpkins this year.
Oh, did you?
They've been great.
You want to ask Levi?
Yeah, go ahead.
Levi, anything?
Definitely the amount of funding that we're asking for.
It's in the letter in the packet.
I think the VCA matches up to 4,500, but we're asking for any additional, we're asking for whatever help you can give.
So the grant itself is 10, right?
No, if I might, Mr. Chair, the grant is to the county for 4,500.
Then we match.
And then we match that, and so that creates a $9,000
Right,
pool.
9,000, right.
That's available through this program.
And we are 100% happy to share any type of funding also, because I know that funding is limited. Our grants are, what we were getting were 30% of our grants, now we're getting about, 20 or less, because so many people are applying. So we're all about sharing at the Junebug too.
Is this something we already have in the budget that we've done in the past?
Yeah, yeah, and I guess we'll discuss it a little bit more at budget time.
Yeah.
It's a soon close.
That's the only thing.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, so, yes, Mr. Cox, for several years, I think probably since the beginning of this grant program, the county has applied for the $4,500 and then, matched that and made it available. The chain, and so that would have to be something that you would include in your budget process. Having said that, the deadline for me to go ahead and submit the grant for the county is coming up at the end of the month, but we can work through some of the rest of this process a little bit later, but wanted to make sure that we were moving forward with this and that you all knew who had applied. Mr. Cox, the other thing I will say that is a change is in the past, we haven't gotten an application from the Junebug Center. We've only gotten an application from the Center for the Arts, and so we're pleased that 2 of the county's great organizations have come here today to talk about the great stuff that they do and ask for you all's assistance.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but 9,000, the one grant's all you can apply for, isn't it?
That's all that the county can apply for, but you all can elect to divide that funding up or keep
Right,
it whole
but-
however you would like. So by contrast, the town, several organizations apply to the town and they divide theirs up. I think this year there may be as many as 5 organizations that get funded out of that. So of course, everybody gets a smaller piece.
But the limit is the one grant, and the limit is matching is that they'll match up to 4,500.
Yes, correct.
Right,
Thank
that's
you.
what I was getting at.
Thank you, sir.
The only thing I can say is Marshall and you both, it makes you more optimistic about what's going to happen in the future with y'all's passion and
Indeed.
She's
energy.
She's great,
Yeah.
by the way. We go to lunch and stuff, so. Yeah.
Well, your neighbors too.
Neighbors.
Y'all
but yeah.
project that energy and passion for what you're doing, and that goes a long way, to help people. And,
Thank you.
it makes you more optimistic about what you spend your money on.
There you go.
So, but we thank y'all for coming this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You can. Miss
Miss, yeah,
And
she's coming.
in now. I think that's Mears McSherry. Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie, you got 2 minutes. We run on a tight schedule.
That's all. It takes him longer than 2 minutes to clear his
Just to say
throat.
hello. I'll tell you, after hearing those three presentations, Mark's and these two ladies, I want to get up and applaud them. You know,
Yeah.
what presentation's fantastic. But to bring that kind of energy talking about the drug court might be a little harder, but we are excited. This is like, we're going into 7th year.
Yeah.
Right? That's
Yep.
unbelievable. So if you look at the 7-year stretch on this thing, when you put a dollar amount to it, that's over $1 million that the county has been able to put somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like $1,050,000, kind of. And you back out the housing part of it. So now we're down to about 900,000, 950,000 that we're able to do things like this, which is fantastic. I'm just here to thank you as the county or as our representative from the county. I know my 2 minutes are probably up. Sorry. I'm just here to thank you for letting me continue to serve on this because it is an honor. And I don't want to take any of Lori's thunder here. So again, I'm here to say thank you a whole lot. And we're doing the right things by our citizens, participants, the county. It's all good. And we sure do hope we continue to get y'all's support on. So thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. My name's Lori Trail. I work with New River Valley Community Services, and I serve as the drug court coordinator for the New River Valley. We started drug treatment courts. We started piloting in 2014 with Judge Long and Pulaski with 2 participants across the New River Valley. We're now up to around 100 participants across New River Valley. In Floyd specifically, we've served 46 total participants since March of 2016. We have 17 active participants currently. We've had 11 graduates. We have 2 who are getting ready to graduate. So in the next month or so, we're trying to plan a date for those graduations. And then we've had 18 participants who were not successfully completing the program. We have had 3 healthy, substance-free babies born to the program. We have 1 that's on the way, which I think are huge and, hard to measure the dollars associated with that prevention. So we have recently been partnering with Lisa Thompson with the library. She's been really great at wanting to partner with us. We partnered with literacy volunteers of the New River Valley, and they provided a 7-week financial literacy course for our participants, so we hope to continue to do that. Lisa's been working with the Women's Resource Center to try to partner on some relationship courses that will be offered there. We also have started a mentoring program. I think I may have talked about that last year, where we're really trying to focus on graduates and how can we do outreach for our graduates, because we certainly aren't saying we're curing anyone's addiction in this program. That's not something that we can do. And so we want to see people sustain their recovery long term. So we're trying to put systems in place where we have meetings that they can come back to when they graduate. We can't make them, but we invite them. We do outreach, and we have a staff person who contacts them regularly after they graduate. We also are trying to find ways for them to be involved in the community to keep them connected. And so we've been doing an annual drug court cookout for families and stakeholders, when we're rotating that in each locality and trying to host that in each locality. We've been doing movie nights at the 401 Peer Center. We've had the River Turtles baseball game. We hosted, we had participants be able to go there, Halloween party for families, and a holiday dinner. So we're continuing to try to find activities in the community to try to provide for them to be more involved. So that's just a summary. We do appreciate your support, and thank you very much for it. So.
I do want to say to Eddie, I was kidding. You can have 3 minutes. That's
Next time, next time.
I do appreciate the work that you've done, and both of you, it means a lot, to get some of these people out of jail. Brian can tell you that. And, there's a lot more could be brought out if we ever get our mental health courts, all that worked up. You know, so,
Well, and too, the sheriff's department is so big in helping us succeed in this whole thing. You know, they're checking on these folks on a regular basis, making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So that takes time and effort and this kind of thing. And Brian and his team have done a wonderful job
Yeah.
helping us with that.
Definitely, and if we ever have an issue and I need to call, they always help us whenever we have.
I was gonna say, it's been a team effort all the way across. You know, we've supported it, but y'all are the feet on the ground. You're the one, y'all are the ones that made it a success. And, yes, it saved a lot of money, but it saved some lives.
Absolutely.
And to that point, that's even more important to me than it is
The money.
the money part. Yeah, I mean, I think, I know there were a lot of naysayers when it started and, oh, this is a waste of time and whatever, but, I think you've done a great job, and every one of you should be proud of the program that you've created.
Very much.
Jerry, when you see them come in, and they don't want to be there. They
No.
totally don't want to be there. And they'll even say, you know, okay, I get the drug part, but can I keep drinking?
Yeah.
And you gotta go, no, you can't. And then as they progress, it's not even a question anymore. It's like, I've been sober now for 12 months, 14 months, and they'll go down to the day. And I
Yeah.
get that, that's important. And to see their physical being after 2 years versus when they come in is like, hey, we're making a difference. They're making a difference. They're putting forth the effort. We never want to take away from what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because it is so tough.
And I think it's wonderful that you have, I don't want to use the term graduates or past addicts, because really you're always an addict. It's just whether you choose to do it or not. But in the presentations and stuff that I've been able to attend, the past participants coming back and giving their outlook, it's just been wonderful.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
And I think that helps inspire the people that are in the program too to continue. It's those past successes.
You know, Bonky and I were just talking this morning about a participant that's there today, and it's, you know, early on in the process, but the shift that has happened, and this person had really, they weren't actively suicidal, but they had no real desire to, they just didn't care. And so now they have a purpose, they look healthy, they are healthy, and so it's kind of remarkable to see.
Yeah,
that.
life-changing, life-altering. It's it's something that every single person involved in this, including the participants, most importantly, as you said, should be so proud of, and just the community members too that go, you know, anonymously, don't want any credit, do so much for this too. It is truly a community grassroots effort, and it has been very rewarding for me to be involved with it on the board, and I just continue to thank both of you for your leadership. That, you know, because it's like you said earlier, you know, when you have good people kind of leading and directing, everything else tends to fall into place. And your commitment and desire to want to see this through is what is so important. And I guess the forward thinking of just having the drug court, you know, going back to Judge Long, is so important, so important. And I really do hope we get this mental health court, because the two of them in tandem will make such a difference in our greater New River Valley community.
And that's what I was going to go
Yeah.
back to, is, you know, you've laid the foundation for this mental health court to be very successful. And I know it's been some trial and error, but you had to work through it. But you've laid the foundation that this mental health court should make a tremendous difference. And that goes right back to y'all's leadership.
I do want to add too that you all truly, like Linda mentioned, the community members. Floyd is very unique in that there are a lot of very special people who come and volunteer their time in ways that they certainly don't have to, and that I know it means a lot to the participants, but it means a lot to us too to have their support.
to know that people are invested in them for the first time possibly in many of their lives, or at least within their recent 10, 15 years that they possibly have been involved in this just quagmire and vicious circle of addiction. And just to know people care is really important, really, really important.
They feel like outcasts anyway. And this program shows they're still productive. They can still make it, but they have to work for it.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of them needs is just that little nudge
Yeah,
and
that little
support,
push.
to get started.
A lot of our participants will tell me all the time, I can do jail. I'm used to doing jail. It's this kind of work that is hard for me to do.
Right.
And they do have to work really hard to get there. But one of the things, as you mentioned, we're constantly changing the program, looking at and learning from situations. And one of the things we know is to sustain this when they graduate is sometimes difficult. And so we're really trying to look at
That after.
what can we do after to try to help sustain, because we do want to see them continue to sustain it. So
Well, which they have similar problems. No two people are the same. And so that's what makes it hard for y'all. You have to morph the program to every time there's somebody new, it's a little bit different.
There are a
It's
lot of
safe.
people, that stand beside us. Mayor brings them to the judge there's a ton of people. We just get to come and talk to you guys once a year, and we think that's the main thing. And hopefully we'll be able to grow this. And the mental health court, I'm really interested in that.
Yeah.
Because I could really be a participant.
One way or the other.
No five more probably.
Yeah, well, that's fine. We could join you.
We could be the pilot group.
Yeah, but possibly.
There you go.
We have Levi on speaker. Did you have anything? I don't mean
Yeah,
to.
that's right. Go ahead, Levi. He's asleep. Wake him up.
Levi. Levi.
He's actually at a. He might have to.
Yeah, you still there? Yeah. Did you hear anything from Lori and Eddie? Do you have any comments?
And I was just going to comment, and I really appreciate all the work they do. At one time, I was picked up the sheriff's office and went and checked on the folks that was in the program, and I seen it firsthand. Several of these folks, their lives are changing, and it's probably the only thing that would help get them back on track. So I really appreciate all the things that they do, and all the help that they do.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come back more often. Okay.
Guess it's 11 o'clock. Oh, that's actually a little behind, but. Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Who is it? Yeah. He'll just come over sometime.
Well, we're not too far behind on your presentation, but we've been sort of busy this morning.
I got film.
Blame it on Dale.
Amazing to see. You can actually judge the participants by the way their eyes look on day one, the way their smile is on day one, and then when they go to graduate, just see it. It's right there. How they interact with law enforcement at the beginning, and what they do at the end. You're just like an person. It's just, I just think it's a very incredible program.
It really has.
What I've gathered, some of the graduations I've been able to attend, it's like a family setting. It's almost like a family get together. Yeah.
Well, actually, they get this idea that nobody wants them and cares about them. And, they just outcast, you know, and then once they realize that, no, they're not, you know, that really helps.
Well,
You know,
well, they look at y'all as kind of like the enemy to begin with, but technically, by law, you had to be. Yeah.
I think that's the next, metamorphosis out of this program is to make sure that they know, it'd be great to have an alumni reunion, you know?
See him out on the road.
Right.
Well, good morning. Again, I'd like to thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. And I do think I should have followed that presentation. But anyway, my name is Tom McSherry. My wife and I moved here in 2017 to a peaceful property in Pilot, enjoyed the normal rural sounds until the spring of 2022, last year. At that time, my neighbors started a dog breeding operation. And fortunately, I worked for VDOT as a noise analyst for several years. And as a result, I'm sorry. You can go to the next. I didn't even start you right, did I? As a result, I know a fair bit about the science of noise and the need for reducing noise to maintain the quality of life. I have also been a software developer for the better part of 25 years, which will be relevant in a few minutes. While my neighbor has about 3.5 acres, he has positioned the outdoor kennels at his property line closest to my property. This noise source at the kennel is most likely about 105 to 110 decibels. After interfacing with the county and the homeowner last year, the problem still persists on a daily basis several times a day. And so this audio file was taken at 10 o'clock at night a few days ago. So needless to say, my wife and I did not move to Floyd County to listen to that. While I have no issues with people starting private businesses to help their finances, and while I do not question the expertise our neighbor obviously has, I believe these businesses need to be integrated into the community with more care and consideration. Oh, I'm sorry. See, I told you.
He'll keep you sliding.
Okay, next slide. So these are some citations from people who have studied this problem, and it really is no joke. Kennels have been studied as far as noise. One dog can bark as loud as 100 decibels. You get a few dogs together, and it can easily reach 115 decibels, and that's about like a jackhammer. So this really, I know they're dogs, but this is really no joke as far as the loudness that's being created by these noise sources. Imagine waking up one day and finding that you live next to a property that regularly operates a jackhammer every morning and every evening and sometimes overnight. Next slide, yeah. Oh, the back one. So this is a chart of some sounds that we all kind of are familiar with. Noise is a kind of a difficult topic to talk about because you hear a level and you don't know what that means. In this case, normal ambient levels in Floyd County, which is just what we all have in our yards, is about 35 to 40 decibels. That's very quiet. The estimate that I have at the kennel is about 105 to 110. And so that's approaching, jackhammer status, approaching subway train, a motorcycle revving its engine, things like that. So it's incredibly loud. Next slide, yeah. I'm going to kind of skim over this just for the sake of time, but how are we affected? How are my wife and I affected by what we experience next door? We cannot sleep without a noise machine and the windows closed. We can no longer enjoy being outdoors in the evenings because of the noise. And it has significantly affected our ability to freely enjoy our property as we once could. And this next thing is from the AKC, This is from the AKC website at the bottom. Excessive or nuisance dog barking interferes with neighbors being able to enjoy their own property. So it's a long-standing issue that I'm sure has received a lot of complaints in this county and in municipalities all over the country. So I did look at ordinances around Virginia. And there's quite a few that are actively enforced, and they all contain kind of basic parts to them. First off is the definition. What are we talking about here? We're talking about owning, keeping, possessing, or harboring any animal which frequently or habitually howls or barks. So that's kind of my situation. It's every day, every morning, every evening. You can count on it like clockwork. At least once a minute for 10 consecutive minutes. So obviously it's not constant, but it's very regular. And oftentimes the ordinance will have thresholds, and the best ones have these because this is how you really measure noncompliance. And many of them have something on the order of these decibel levels: 57 decibels in the daytime, 52 decibels in the night. And that phrase, when measured at the property boundary of the noise source, that's very important because it's not the nearest house or anything like that. It's the property line of the business owner. And so the onus is upon him to control the impacts on his property. And then there's a penalty, usually, and it goes anywhere I've seen from $500 to $1,000 a day for those who are in noncompliance. And I think much of this text is a good start, but I think you can develop a better noise ordinance, and that's why I'm here. I'm wanting to have something developed in this county that's more appropriate for Floyd County. So the considerations that I think are unique to this county and that you can do, you can address a more targeted activity. You can have language in there that this ordinance is really about commercial enterprises and primarily residential areas operating 365 days a year. Or you could have a homeowner who keeps 3 or more dogs in a confined kennel area. So in other words, we're not just talking about regular dog owners with a couple of dogs. This is a very specific case. And you can also define exclusions. You can keep out or not even consider music venues, temporary construction, farm operations, or livestock sounds. Those are just part of our life here, and that's fine. And you can also, and I'm going to talk about this the rest of the talk, you can consider an enhanced solution. And I'm a technical person, so I consider this an opportunity, and I think there's an engineering solution to this. You can define a process where these business owners must obtain a permit to operate based on these environmental considerations. And by following a process, law enforcement will not be called upon until there is a very well-documented case of excessive noise. The next slide. Thanks, Danny. All right, so this is a decision flow diagram. So if any software developers out there, you'll recognize this. In the top left corner, the process starts by realizing that there's a new business in the county or there's been a complaint. And then that kind of triggers a visit from county staff. And based upon their recommendation, they'll involve what's termed a noise analyst. And I am willing to serve in that capacity. This is a person that knows how to write up a noise report, knows how to do assessments, knows how to take proper measurements, knows how to use the software that's included. But the staff person will, if he thinks that there is a noise issue, will call in a noise analyst who visits the site as well. They'll develop a report. They'll try to design any abatement or any mitigation if there is a way to do that. And they'll also do measurements, obviously, on site. You go to the next block. If the business owner is not out of compliance, if based on the measurements they're not above the thresholds, then there's no problem. You don't have to continue. However, if there is a problem, if their noise is excessive at their property line, the noise analyst will determine whether some abatement can be designed to help mitigate the impact. If there is, or if there isn't, then that would really go to the penalty phase, and that's at that point, law enforcement would get involved. If there is some abatement, that might be possible. That those designs are presented to the business owner. If he does not agree to implement those designs, then again, that goes to law enforcement. However, if he does, then some sort of contingent permit could be issued based on his implementation of the abatement design properly. Next slide. So I'm going to show you how a noise analyst would perform parts of that noise assessment. And this is the part that, I'm passionate about. This uses software that I developed that models sound propagation. This program is called the Noise Assessment Tool. It is based on accepted ISO noise standards, and it provides a means of investigating modifications of the business in question. This enhanced process can help business owners become aware of the issue and take steps to mitigate impacts to the surrounding neighbors. All right, next slide. So what you see here is a property delineated in white. This is in Google Earth. The analyst starts with a special file that contains these coordinates of the business owner's property line, as well as the location of the sound source that the business owner has placed. So that's the initial placement. Like I said, this file is easily developed with Google Maps and Google Earth. In this example, the business owner has chosen to locate the kennel at the edge of his yard. Next slide. So this is the interface to the program that I wrote, under which is mathematical models that propagate that model sound propagation. This is the noise assessment tool reads in the special file, the special geometry file, and it generates noise contours. The Generate Contours button creates noise levels as a function of distance away from the source. These results are placed in another special file that Google Earth can read. And the inputs to this interface or to this program are the source noise levels determined from field measurements, the ambient levels determined from field measurements, and the desired compliance threshold, among other things. Next slide. So these are the results from that tool. What you see are noise levels in decreasing intensity propagating away from that source. Those are overlaid over the property, and you can easily see that the red contours indicate noise levels above 57 decibels. The green contours indicate noise levels below 57 but above the ambient of 35. And as you can see from this example, the placement of this kennel creates noise levels that exceed the threshold outside of the business owner's property line. So we have a problem. All right, so then the analyst can go to another phase of his analysis and attempt to design a strategy to deal with this. Not just bump it right to law enforcement and start issuing citations, but maybe there's something we can do about this. So the first thing is he says, well, how about we move this kennel to a more interior location? All right, and then we can feed that into that new geometry into the tool, and we can get revised noise levels. And as shown, the impacts are more contained by the property, so this is a positive change. However, if you consider this is 57 decibels and there's nighttime levels are lower, it's probably going to still be in an out of compliance situation. So there's another technique that we can try. One of the inputs to this tool is to simulate the placement of acoustic fencing around the kennel. The manufacturer of this product down in Tampa, Florida, claims that the acoustic fence could most likely provide 6 to 10 decibels of reduction at the source. This product is relatively inexpensive and has been used by several municipalities and commercial locations around the country. And so by selecting this option, we can then generate new noise contours. Next. So this is the result from that. With the decisions of moving the kennel coupled with the installation of the acoustic fencing, noise impacts have been significantly reduced. And in fact, they're in compliance. They can continue to operate. This is a much better approach than just telling a business owner they cannot operate and sending out law enforcement to issue penalties. Of course, the business owner must agree to take these steps at their cost. Inspection of the installation, if there is installation of fencing, is advised to ensure that the original design was followed properly. And there will, of course, be situations where an abatement design is not possible. So next slide. So in conclusion, hopefully I've made the case that there is a major gap in managing commercial activities with abnormally high noise levels that are currently impacting residents. Also, hopefully I've shown a common sense approach based in science and noise mitigation that can possibly solve these issues. This approach will ensure the valuable resources of law enforcement will not be called upon until the very end when it's clear that there is an unsolvable noise issue, either because of property size or the refusal of the business owner to take positive action. Let me know if you need a resource for crafting a noise ordinance. I have reviewed many cases around the state, and there are common sections of text included in just about all of them. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Can, can we have a hard copy of your presentation, or
Yeah.
can staff make a copy, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Start feeding a few.
All right. So I want to make clear for everybody
That you live in the Little River District,
Yes.
and we are on a county dividing line, and the actual kennel resides in the Locust Grove District.
Right, so it's Levi's fault.
Hence why, Tom just said it's your fault, Levi. Hence why you have worked with Levi, because of the fact that the kennel is in Locust Grove. Just, we're on one of those county line situations, similar to Mr. Vest's road issue, where our dividing line is. Do you know how many dogs are right now at the kennel, and how many there may have been at its height? Do you have any idea?
Well, they breed. Right now, they're having litters, so there's probably 2 or 3 dogs in the kennel. There have been 5 or more in the kennel, and then there's other dogs in the yard.
Okay. So you're talking about probably 7 or 8 dogs sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay.
How much noise is coming out of that many dogs?
Well, I haven't taken measurements
Yeah.
in their yard.
Yeah.
Right,
For obvious
yes,
reasons.
obvious reasons, yes. We wouldn't,
But I have
yes,
about 105 decibels.
all right. Have you ever talked to the kennel owner?
Yes.
Have they seemed willing, or are they
That was
steadfast?
last year. We were waiting for things to change, and nothing's changed. I mean, they built a house, but the dogs don't stay in the house. The dogs stay outside.
Right.
And they're right at the edge of the property. And, the man who owns the property just told me, he's like, this happens all the time in Floyd County. People start businesses, and this is my business, and this is what I'm going to do. So.
The movement, if some sort of if he had moved the kennel away from the property line, which it's very, very close to his property line and the road, towards the back half of the house, from your sound acoustic background, would the house block some of the noise?
Yes. Yes.
Because I saw where you put it was right out at like his back door, which would be fine in Jim Dandy. But even if he moved it
Well,
back,
that was my house.
oh,
I don't want to show his house.
oh, okay, got you. Got you.
But it's similar to
Right, similar situation. So he could have moved it back further.
He could have.
Yeah,
But his yard
yeah,
is,
I got you. I know. Yeah,
his yard is thin and long, so I haven't done, an assessment would have
Sure.
to be done.
all right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's it for right now that I can think of.
Levi?
Yeah.
You'll jump in?
Yeah. I'm going to say if the staff can also send us a copy of the presentation.
Yeah, you want him to scan it and send it to you?
Yeah, with the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. McSherry had.
Yeah,
But if they can send that, of course, we know out here in the country, these noise ordinances and different things like that sometimes is a hot topic. But on this, I think the impression that I'm getting, I just wanted to ask Mr. McSherry, is we're not necessarily so much talking about pure out enforcement, violations and enforcement, but we're also talking about trying to figure a way of how someone can continue their business model, but to properly plan, correct?
Yeah, mitigate.
Yeah, my motivation is not to keep people from having a business. I'm all for that. I just think it needs to be, these are neighborhoods. We're all within earshot of each other. It just needs to be done properly.
To just be properly planned so it's not a disruption to the neighbors.
Right.
Speaking of neighbors, have you talked with other neighbors
I've talked to.
on your road?
Yes. Yeah.
They
probably don't feel as passionate about it as I do because of my background. I mean, I have to admit, being a noise analyst, I just know about these issues. I mean, it's closest.
It's not every day that a engineer moves in beside of
a
noisy area.
In my opinion, maybe this was meant to be, but I did talk to one of the other neighbors, and he was not happy. He works shift work, and he's like, I'm having hard trouble sleeping at night. Sleeping during the day when I have to sleep. Dogs are going crazy.
Well, I thank you for your time and presentation, Tom. And I'll definitely look forward to seeing it on the PowerPoint when they send it over to us. And I think it's something that we can look at for discussion.
I'd just like to say that while I'm not as familiar with the noise decimals and stuff as you are or experienced, I am familiar with it. I did get to serve on the committee when the wind turbine companies was talking about coming to Floyd, and we got to visit many different sites, and some of the people there had the readers. So I'm a little familiar with that part of it. I was surprised at the level this turned out to be. I mean, we were comparing it to lawnmowers and window unit air conditioners and
Right.
And they didn't quite reach the level this does. So
Well, it depends on the breed, and this particular breed is known to be vocal and loud.
I was going to ask you what type dogs were they?
They're working dog shepherds.
Okay.
They do their job by communicating.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's another kennel, I know Levi has talked to you about it, in the Locust Grove district that also has working dogs that they breed as well.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, that's great. It's
posing a similar problem to another property owner that lives there too. Yeah.
no, we had an ordinance at one time and it was done away with because for various reasons. Training concerns, the calibration of equipment, the judge's opinion, there was a lot of stuff that played into it.
Sure.
And I'm not trying to deter you, I'm just letting you know some of the history if you didn't already know that. Okay. And so it's not as easy for us as just flipping a switch and saying we have one.
Oh, absolutely. I understand. Yeah.
He worked for VDOT. He understands.
Oh, yeah,
believe me. No, I mean,
do you still work for VDOT?
I do not.
Oh, see.
Yeah, but he did.
He knows a lot of
The
people
noise
that
wall
does.
up on I-81 by the 460 interchange, I designed those. And
But you know a lot of people that still work down there.
I probably do. Yeah, I hired the guy that runs it now. So.
Oh, well, that's good to know.
runs the noise section. But yeah, I mean, anything that was, if you went forward with this, anything that was done in the future, a noise meter, a professional noise meter would have to be used. It would have to be calibrated. You take it back to the factory and they do all that. I mean, it has to be done properly because there's going to be some blowback and it has to be well documented.
Staff has to be trained how to properly use the device.
Right. And I will, I offer myself, as staff. We can talk about that offline, but, I'm not trying to get a job because I have a job. but, I know quite a bit about it.
That's all I had, sir.
I completely understand and your concerns and quality of life and property rights are paramount. And we don't have zoning in the county for a reason. And I know Carroll County is considering zoning and for a very discriminatory purpose, they're considering zoning. And zoning by ordinance, as Linda says. And so there's a lot to consider.
Yes, ma'am.
I've always been a dog lover, but up where I live, I know how much racket my border collie can make. But, where I live, my farm, I can go up on the hill above my son's house. And probably as the crow flies, a couple miles away, guy's got about 10 coonhounds.
Oh.
And I can be up on the farm working, and I know when it's feeding time.
Yeah.
Because you hear them. I mean, it's just like they're across the field from me.
Yeah, yes.
And
yes.
I don't know if Brian can hear them or not. He lives in between. Yeah. So, yeah. And
Well, I mean, even if some sort of mitigation was done, you'll still hear the dogs. I mean, it just brings it down to a level.
right.
That's,
To a livable level where
Right.
you can enjoy your land and they can still do their business. Because
yes.
I understand what you're saying. You are for free enterprise, but,
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's like I told one of my neighbors one time. Of course, I had a different dog problem. His dogs was in my cattle. But, I told him, I said, I don't care if you got 100 dogs, as long as you're
That's too many in
responsible for
Virginia,
them.
but.
Yeah, yeah, but, I mean, as long as you're responsible for
Oh, yes.
them,
That's
'cause
right.
I don't let my dog go unless I know where he's at, and so.
Right. I mean, my wife and I started 5 years ago an Airbnb, and this isn't about that, but one part of the process of doing that was setting up your house rules. And we have a big enough place where we can probably have 3 couples, maybe 6 people. But we decided, we had a discussion. It's like our neighbors didn't decide for us to do this. They have no say in this matter.
Right.
We have to be responsible to them. We're only going to allow 2 people in here. No parties. No noise, because we have to be respectful to our neighbors. And, we tried to be, and we tried to have it to a point where they didn't even know we were doing it. And I think that's the philosophy that you should have when you have a business, is you should consider your neighbors, and do whatever you can to live at peace with them.
Right. And I've enjoyed your presentation. When we get to discussing this and working with it, it's in our mind now.
Okay.
And,
That's why I love the hard copy.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Because you can tell one asks for one on the computer and one asks for the hard copy. So you can tell the person that's not that.
well,
Well, I wasn't telling him to flip the slide, so we're all at fault.
and with all due respect for anybody else that could,
I'll send a PPT to you. I'll email you.
all due respect for, other people that comes in with complaints and stuff. Lots of times they just come in and complain and leave.
Right.
You've laid it out where we could
Yeah.
grasp it.
I'm an engineer.
Yeah.
There's a
and
solution.
Understand it. Yeah. Go ahead, Levi.
Hey, that's the other thing I was going to say is, he came in with an idea for how to, help try to resolve the problem, and I appreciate that, because it's not just so much a complaint, but just some ideas of how to try to do something. So I do appreciate that.
Yeah, and I want to echo that as well. I mean, you've given us really some concrete evidence to really think on and look at and try and wrap our head around. And
Yeah. And the last thing we want to do is overtax law enforcement.
Right.
They've got plenty to do. And,
well, the man right to your right very much appreciates that. Yeah, indeed.
And the 2 people.
And the 2 people. Yeah, right.
So,
all right.
All right,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
So I guess we can skip number 8 and go down to public comment, right? I don't think we're going to have but one, then we're going to take a break before we go into closed session. Yeah, yeah. If it ain't, we'll vote out here. So,
Stand up soon.
my back's done started in, yeah. Was anybody signed up? I got an idea who she is, so, you know,
The person that signed up is Mr. Vest, but
Yeah,
I'm
I
not,
do.
he said he may not want to speak, doesn't know. So,
I think she's exploring my position. Yeah.
Mr. Vest, were you interested in?
Yeah.
Well, and all I want to say is that this morning when I left at 8 o'clock, there was already 3 trucks. So what I was going to say is,
Can we hold on then just a minute, so we can open the, I just want to make sure you didn't know. Okay, if you'd let the chairman open the public comment period and then got to do instruction, but I wanted to make sure you still wanted to speak, but you weren't speaking earlier. Thank you.
Circus, I got little hoops I got to jump through. So I'll open the floor for public comment before we get started. It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. And then you notice standard name and district, just for the record. So, right.
the only thing I want to do this truck traffic didn't get a lot worse until April. But I believe as Seven Springs is putting out more products, it's increasing. So I haven't noticed as much of a decrease this winter as I normally have. And like I said this morning, they've got a shuttle that comes out to stop the trucks. And I have to say, Ron's done a really good job to make sure he can keep it as safe as he can. But that little white truck comes out there and blocks the road. So if there's a truck already down there, then another one can't go. But there was 2 sitting there waiting, and one already down there this morning, and the little truck was sitting there to hold the others back. So we're already experiencing a lot more truck traffic. It's going to get a lot worse when April and May and June, July come. So, I mean, that's the main concern here anyway, is these trucks.
Okay.
So I know that it's in the process, but we need to move it along as quickly, and I didn't hear him give us any kind of timeline or thing about what plans have been made, if any, so far, so.
Yeah, that's the problem we have. You know, it seemed like it moves at snail's pace. You know, we want them to speed up and, you know, just come down. So you have a correspondence? Follow the rules, girl.
No slack. We received an email correspondence and requested this be read for public comment. This is from Kelly Van Dyke, and this is regarding a property on 1441 Reedsville Road Northwest. I'm writing to discuss concerns over Floyd County's existing E911 and building code policies. I have met with County Administrator Linda Millsap and Director of Public Safety Kevin Sowers, and we have discussed my concern as I believe that we concluded that there is a gap in existing policies that can potentially have unintentional negative effects on some Floyd County citizens, such as myself and my family. I lived in Christiansburg for almost 25 years and recently sold my home to buy land and build a home in Floyd County. I am a single mom of 2 teenagers and we have 2 dogs. I purchased a beautiful tract of land on Reedsville Road and intend to build a house and live there permanently.
Currently, I am in a temporary rental, renting from a friend in Floyd County. I am planning for us to live in a camper on our land while we build our home. The issue that I have found is that I am unable to get a 9/11 address until I have footers in place for the house. Considering that I will be living at this property with my kids very soon, this could cause a safety issue in case of an emergency. Also, it would make it challenging, if not impossible, to vote without a permanent address because Virginia requires a valid ID to vote. I would be unable to legally obtain this from the DMV without a physical address. I have learned that I cannot even obtain a post office box with no physical address. Excuse me. I would be unable to borrow money if needed to complete construction. Also, I would not be able to provide a physical address to the Montgomery Court in compliance with Virginia statute on shared custody. While I understand and appreciate that policies have been made in the interest of public safety, I believe that the aforementioned issues are unintended negative consequences of these policies. When average citizens who are trying to comply with regulations are negatively impacted, I believe that efforts should be made to find common ground that both satisfies the original need and accommodates the reasonable needs of those citizens. Excuse me. In my meeting with Linda and Kevin, there was a suggestion of using a background check in lieu of the footer requirement to have an address assigned for more immediately. In my opinion, this sounds like a good way to meet the need of addressing public safety concerns while allowing me and others to be able to live and function reasonably with my kids in Floyd County in a more immediate fashion. I appreciate your immediate attention to this matter and consideration of possible solutions. Sincerely, Kelly Van Dyke.
Thank you. And I guess that's all we had in public comment, so I will close public comment. And, that is an issue I think we need to really look at and find out what's not covered with code that we can maybe work around, because, this is the second one we know of in the last month or so that's had this issue.
It hasn't come up yet, but I know one place that it's really gonna come up.
Right.
Very close to here.
Yeah.
So the idea of a background check,
I don't see the purpose.
well, I think
Part of the issue, if I may, part of the issue is the concern of a property that could be utilized with movable trailers and transient, that there may be legal issues that individuals have that may fall with not being able to be near children or, different things that could arise. It could be a problem if there's not a permanent type of that, so.
address. Right, now,
That's why
and then the next question is this because of ordinances and code, not ordinances, but code set down by the Commonwealth that we must file and we cannot circumvent?
Yeah, that's the problem we got, and that's
Correct.
the reason we got to try to find a local
Solution, but
Yeah,
at the same time, we
that
can't
don't
run afoul.
supersede the
Right,
state
you can't run afoul.
There can't be a subdivision. Some kind of structure.
Well, that would be what,
Us.
Not code.
Yes, if I might, so, we did a little more checking on this because, as you know, this is the second person that's come to you and we have plenty of others. Yeah, so, this is something that is unique to, well, at least somewhat unique to us. Now, it is something that AEP often requires, so we're not, in that way, it's not that unusual. I did quiz my counterparts last week.
Right.
And now, candidly, Pulaski and Giles weren't there, so the other moderately smaller communities were not there. But of the larger communities, they don't generally just address the whole jurisdiction, but if someone comes in and asks for an address, For the most part, they will issue it unless there's some reason that they shouldn't.
Really?
But they do, both Christiansburg, Blacksburg, Redford, Montgomery, all
Just
I'll
get
do
out
that.
after.
Is that something we require the applicant to pay for? As part of the process?
That's what I would think.
Yeah, I would think that that would be our recommendation if you
user
asked
fee
us what
that
we
they
should
would
do.
have to-
I
Yeah.
think the courts run it for like $50 or something like that, so that could be something tacked onto the building permit or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could apply to anyone.
But we just did that fee schedule.
Well, I assure you, it won't be the last time. You got your budget coming up, and we kind of know what it looks like, so we'll have some other options on the table for you all.
Well, I'm comfortable. I mean, all of these ordinances are growth control tools. And that's what they were intended, subdivision ordinance or whatever. And a lot of the stuff in subdivision ordinance was specifically to control growth. And I understand that. But there's a fine line of intruding. And I know it's hard to find that balance. But I think with our history, we've gone too far the other direction.
Maybe.
I wouldn't want to live in a RV, well, but I don't know that I should sell you, you can't. And I don't think you should be penalized because you choose to do that.
And you know
I'm
yourself,
just talking about, you know,
You're not teasing at me, I know.
Can I-
Yeah.
So if a background check it will address the major problems with sex offenders and other problems in the legal system, then whatever we need to do, I think we should get with Steve, get on his radar. And if we have to authorize a change to it, make the change.
So can I ask a question? Do you know how old this ordinance is? Jerry and I were having a discussion about that. When was this ordinance put in?
When was this part added to it?
Yeah.
Because I know in 04, 03, somewhere along there, my wife and I purchased property. And I was coming through the door and the lady that was taking care of it then, she actually called me over and asked, do you want to go ahead and assign an address to your property? It was sometime after that. I don't recall it coming up while I was on, so that would have been between 2010 and 2018.
Well, Kevin said it predated him as a county employee.
And he's here,
That would.
When
put
did
him
he
in that
start?
window I was just talking
Yeah.
about.
but it wasn't since I've been on the board.
When did you come?
would the planning commission would be the one that
15,
put it in
16.
there, right?
Well,
They would,
No, it would be, no,
because
it would have to give
As
us.
subdivision ordinance, and I think that would be for.
Yeah, this is separate.
Okay.
It's a 911.
Standalone.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I just would like to know when it was put in. That gives me a little
Because I don't remember.
historical
board ever-
context.
Ever passed.
another thing I think Steve needs to look at, because we're getting more and more into this. We regulate manufactured homes. I still call them trailers and mobile.
Yeah, manufactured, right.
But we regulate those,
Mhm.
right?
So
Then,
does the DMV.
right, on these RVs or whatever you want to call them, do we have the authority to regulate them as well? See, like in a trailer park, if you put, what is it, 3 or more trailers is considered a trailer park, and you gotta jump through these hoops.
Then you'd probably be like the Airstream Park down on,
Yeah,
in
Connor.
Copper Hill.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Highland Haven.
Do we, do we have the authority that, after the third RV, then you have to comply with, and there's certain situations that's not gonna help because there's certain grandfathering that, but I'm thinking going forward, as more and more people seem to be leaning toward this, Is that something that we need, do we have the authority to regulate RV like we do manufactured homes?
I think on that Airstream Park down there, I think they did have a county, something about permits or something.
But did they count it as the same as a trailer park?
That's what I'm getting at.
I think
You know,
so.
After so many trailers, they had to have, like certain
But some of them-
hookups and bathroom.
Right, some of them come and go too.
Yeah.
They're not always
Of
there.
course, a lot of them, some of them was left down there for a year.
Right,
Yeah. What I
Right.
could do up at, used to be R&J campground.
right,
Yeah.
same
Right.
concept. So here's another unintended, like, with our noise from the kennels or businesses, unintended consequences. So RVs in nature use generators, and they produce noise. And what are we doing with their waste? Are they leaving and pumping? And that's a big concern. I know our building inspector has a big concern about that, as do I, because our water is susceptible to contamination.
It's that, especially of course, the ones that come off of the parkway, that hit the dirt roads,
They don't. Wow.
they don't. That's been an ongoing problem for years.
And
And
it,
there's no way to, I mean,
Morning dew
Unless
catches on a new meaning.
unless you have an officer or somebody there filming or an officer there that can actually catch them, it's almost nothing that can be done.
if
Well,
I might,
yeah.
there's, and I mean, the realtors on the board obviously know this, but those are three very distinct things. So an RV is legally very different than a mobile home, which is legally very different than a modular home.
Correct.
And so I just wanted to make sure that as we're talking about this, we're clear about those distinctions or
Yeah,
a
that's
manufactured
something we
home.
work on. We gotta really specify.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It'd be interesting to find out if this is under Mark's state code
Anything
or
like
if it's
this.
under the county code.
well, I think the issue of issuing an address without something having a footer, that's a Floyd thing. Now, once you get into this discussion about permanently locating RVs, to
Well,
me,
it's a
that's an
separate
entirely.
That's a separate
issue, yeah.
subject, but even this woman who wants to build.
That's all I want to concentrate on is just the problem we got at hand.
Yeah, so,
Address it.
The E911 first.
Right, yeah.
So she can't-
Yeah.
and she can't get
And the
power.
trailer parks, yeah.
without an address.
Yes.
So
And I'm not sure
that's
there might be some other I don't know. I haven't followed
right.
up.
Well, I
don't
know
wanna
she
be
can't
an
get
expert
power
on that.
without an address. That's one of the reasons she needs the address.
Question is from,
Right.
yeah, I asked Mark this morning, I said, well, what about, how long does a building permit? Maybe go get a building permit and then you could get an address for that. And he said, no, you can't get a building permit
No.
till you have the footer.
Right.
Oh, how the heck do you get the footer if you don't have it? So,
Because you
he's
can
got to inspect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
You can pour footers
So-
without, yeah, you can
Yeah.
pour footers all over your farm all
But
day
he-
long.
Yeah, but he's got to inspect that footer.
Correct.
Right. But that's what I mean, though. You can go ahead and start it without a building permit.
Right.
But, so why can't you get the address?
So the other,
That's a local thing.
Yeah,
We need to
yeah.
look at-
That's,
so the other question I
we
have,
got to work on.
the other question I have about this local ordinance, we have found once before, if I'm not mistaken, that something didn't get run by Steve. Did this get run by Steve or his predecessor?
I believe this is during coming out of Jim Cornwell's.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
before Steve.
correct. So that's what I mean.
know that
Yeah.
for sure.
With Jim,
So that's definitely back into that one to, say, 2010 or 11
to
whatever.
to 15, to 16. So it's
It
11
wasn't
to
done when
16.
I've been on- What, 12? I've been on here almost, 12 years.
Yeah,
so-
12 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, this year, next year, 11 years. So it's almost like we've nailed it down to 10 to 11. Yeah, it's like 2010. 09 to 11.
Virgil with Fred's not
Yeah.
I've got, there's a lot of stuff that happened through town that didn't get done the way the board intended.
Correct.
It's just like that survey of all properties.
Right. Yep.
Originally, that was all supposed to have been totally done away with, but somehow it only.
I think every 2 or 3 years, or every 3, 4 years, every county ordinance that we got, solid waste ordinance, this ordinance, everything should be reviewed by this board. Because but we've been so busy, we haven't had time anyway. That's the reason we haven't got to the subdivision ordinance yet.
Yeah.
Just because we've been covered up with everything else.
Well, on the planning commission's gonna finish.
Yeah, but.
Knows how I did that. He looked at me, so you point down that way. So.
But anyway, we'll beat this horse.
And Mr. Chairman, to be fair to y'all, I do have a listing of about 4 ordinances that you've mentioned you would like to look at. And so for the spring, we got to get your budget stuff going, and right now, and as soon as we do that, then we'll start trying to kind of intermix, make the spring, if y'all are amenable, spring, early summer budget and ordinance review.
Yes.
And so, and what nuisance and solid waste, I mean, Mr. Booth has mentioned solid waste many times. So Steve has a list of, be sure to go look at these, so we'll add this to the discussion. That's all right.
So let's take a short break and then we'll go into closed session.
Yep,
Sound
and your
good?
lunch is here, so perfect timing.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Best.
order or session or whatever, back. So I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, right.
Take a motion to go into closed session under 2.2-3711A3 and A7.
So moved.
Second.
All right, if I'm up, Ms. Chair, on the motion to go to closed session under A3 and A7, under the Virginia statute, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox? Okay. Mr. Booth? And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, we'll move to closed session. Thank you.
County Senate is meeting.
Huh?
Right.
Some random.
Meeting's back in order. Now we'll take a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Second?
Motion second. Call the roll.
On the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, you are out of closed session.
Floor is open for a motion to certify that we only discussed those things we went into closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to certify, we only talked about the things we were supposed to, particularly under A3 and A7. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
thank you, and Mr. Booth.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Terman. Oh.
I thought I already, but I was reading and doing that. too.
Are you looking at that email? I think that's
I
spam.
am so easy to forget. Yes.
And I would note again, thank you, for the record that Mr.
Okay.
Cox continues to participate with us remotely via telephone from a secure location.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
And can we have a short little?
Linda wants to take a little short break. All righty, we'll be back in session. I lost my place here now. Under new business, I guess, right?
So if I'm not Mr. Chair, do we have Levi? Or-
Yeah, we got Levi. Levi,
Okay.
here we are.
Okay.
Say hello.
Yep. So, Mr. Chair, on your 11A, under new business, 2023, Virginia Emergency Management Week proclamation. So that's, you'll see that is in your packet. Sure, you want to read it? Would you like us to read it?
Necessary?
Sorry.
No? So there is an electronic copy in your packet. Most of these types of proclamations actually come in May, but this one is for emergency management as opposed to EMS or law enforcement, and so this one is actually earlier. So basically, it's Kevin does a great job. That's pretty much what it says.
I'll read. You want me to read? No?
No?
Looks good to me.
We don't have no audience, so.
Nope. It's good to me. It was what we saw. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right.
Tell him he can have his paycheck.
Okay. So on the motion to approve and award the proclamation for the 2023 Virginia Emergency Management Association Emergency Management Week proclamation, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Mr. Booth? Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I will get my head together here. Hold on.
There's that potato chip.
It is, that last potato chip. You've already done 11B, as you know, and so the next item is 11C, the EDA resolution, which is also in your packet.
Yep.
This is, and Tabitha's here to answer any questions, but this is an attempt to come to a close on a long and painful saga around our SAM.gov accounts. You might recall, I guess it was during the summer, we had challenges with the Maine County account because when they transferred it into the new system, there were some hiccups, and so that was taken care of. But at the same time, we learned that there were challenges with the EDA one, and that a lot of that stuff had been commingled, and it didn't go well. And so poor Ladina has spent, and Tabitha too, numerous hours on hold doing chats, sending emails, and really to know people call and say, well, we'll get back to you, and then 2 weeks later still haven't heard anything. So this is one of the things that we thought might, or Ladina thought might actually be helpful. And I don't know if you have any questions or any more that Tabitha needs to tell you.
The only thing I could add is that, Ladina did talk to Steve and, suggested the resolution as it is one of the documents that SAMs will accept. And this is just to incorporate that it is recognizing that the Board of Supervisors, took action 2 prior times, and it's just putting it all in one document for SAMs.gov to hopefully recognize. And I can answer any questions that.
Questions?
The only one I had, do we need to reaffirm any action of past boards regarding this subject, specifically saying that?
No.
Okay.
That's kind of how Steve made it more legal. That's how Steve made it more legal.
I just know that sometimes when you're going back and kind of, you need to reaffirm
Yep.
Steve suggested.
who this.
So, it's gonna get incorporated.
There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Correspondence, it's overall.
Mhm.
Like 40 pages.
Yep.
It is.
Yep.
So we need to adopt the resolution and the attachments, or just the resolution?
The attachments were necessary to be added to when she sends it up. You're just doing the resolution for that. The attachments are referenced in the resolution as a.
So the floor is open for a motion to approve the resolution.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion is second, call roll.
Okay. On the motion to approve the resolution as presented related to the EDA, Ms. Kuchenbook.
I will vote yes, but also want to recognize that I appreciate all of the work of Tabitha and Ladina and doing what they did. Thank you.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox? Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Right. Thank you for that, and hopefully that will help. I don't know. I said poor Lydia. I was very frustrated with ours, but this is so much worse.
Well, it's been brutal for her. Yes.
We've tried to pull in just about everybody we can.
Well, glad the buck stopped here, as it were,
Yeah.
if that can be used in this.
Okay.
Question. What's on here that's showing as attachments is the minutes of the meeting?
Just highlighted area.
Right, but it says 20 of 20 pages, but I've only got 16 on here.
The EDA?
Yeah,
No, that's numbered 16.
I'm on
It's
page.
page number 16.
Yeah.
But there's 20 pages on the scroll. So those numbers aren't.
Those numbers aren't correct. Okay.
So like, this is page 8, but it's page 20 attached on our iPad.
Well, should you have the signed page 2 with the chairman and the county administrator signed the minutes? They're not on here. That's where I was getting at.
The signature page. And the,
Which?
This one?
for the minutes.
No, down at the very bottom on page 20 of ours, where the minutes are attached. Just for the record, you should probably have the page that has the chairman.
Signature.
You have the full minutes. Yeah. Yeah, that way it shows where the minutes were signed off on. Yeah.
Thank you for seeing that, Mr. Booth.
I see what you're saying.
That way it's a complete.
This was back in the day, wasn't it?
That was a moon or two ago.
Yeah, moon or two.
We might, Mr. Chairman, I think we're moving on to 11D and
Oh, Lord.
And of course, those are the funding requests related to the school system. Can be found in your packet. And in terms of clarification about the state funds, the revenue appropriation, we had, during the break, I had a conversation with Dr. Wheeler, and so he said the school construction entitlement grant funds were the funds that began at the beginning of the current fiscal year. And that is not to be confused with the funds that we were all hoping would surface to reimburse the county for the expense of some of the financing of the new building at the high school. And so we'll go ahead and send something to the school to confirm that back for you all in writing. But that was the conversation.
This is an action item. Floor is open for a motion to approve.
So moved. I guess we have to do it in two separate ones, but I'd make a motion to approve the expenditure supplement appropriation.
You want to do one, Levi?
You got me?
Yeah, you want a second one?
I'll second.
Motion second, call roll.
Okay, on the motion to approve the FY '23 Floyd County Schools expenditure supplemental appropriation as presented, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
I remembered you, see? All right.
And you had about the same enthusiasm on that one as you did before.
For the FY Ford County School Revenue Supplement Appropriation. Is that the funds for
Same.
same thing?
Yes, if you turn the page over, that's why it's confusing. It's split. So
Yep.
you'll see the source of funds is $140,502.75 of ESSER 3 funds used for partial payment of Floyd County High School makeup air unit replacement and bipolar ionization installation, and also the state funds that we were just discussing, and at $1.431 million. School construction entitlement grant funds used for expenditures that are non-recurring in nature. These funds have been used on HVAC projects at Floyd County High School and Floyd Elementary School, partial roof replacement at Floyd County High School and Check Elementary School, the CCDC, construction change orders, additional CCDC expenditures, and other non-recurring expenditures across the division.
My recurring question is, if this $1.4 million plus $1 million of state construction grant funds was part of this fiscal year and they knew about it, why is it a new change that's being appropriated now and not in their current appropriation if they knew this money was here at the start of the fiscal year? I know that this is a lot of money that impacts our county budget ultimately with funding of the schools. This money moving that happens consistently with the school district is very concerning. It's like it appears to be a shell game, and it's very, very hard to keep track of. Is my concern.
Got a motion?
I'm waiting for a motion.
You didn't ask for one.
Yeah. So that good to finish.
Thank you. Done.
I'll make a motion to approve the expenditure and the revenue, right, sorry.
Second.
Motion second.
On the motion to approve the FY '23 Floyd County Schools Revenue Supplemental Appropriation as presented, including $140,502.75 of federal funds out of ESSER 3 and state funds of $1.431 million from state funds from the School Construction Entitlement Grant Fund. Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
With hesitation, yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right. That is approved. Thank you. All right. We're done spending money for the day. Ms. Chairman, the next item, 11F, request to abandon Section 6 of the Old Bent Mountain Road. This was an item that you had tabled from your previous meeting.
Ms. Cara's here for
Yeah.
Question?
So, where are we again? Where did it go? It's not in correspondence, is it?
It's down.
Oh, there it is. Bent Mountain. I don't know why I was staring at it. All right, so let's see. So 10-177 parcel, which is what I wondered. So this is a new landowner? Is that correct?
If I might, Mr. Chairman, can we defer to Carla, please?
Yes, well, my research, and after speaking with VDOT regarding this potential abandonment, I was told that we don't need to mention what section it is, we just need to mention that it's 0.16 miles of Old Bent Mountain Road, because we would be abandoning the entire stretch. And when I measured it on GIS using the approximate, just approximately where it starts, 0.16 miles ends on a property that is not included in the petition. That property, I don't believe, has to be included in the petition, but they do have to be notified and have, you have the right to speak. Mr. Bell does not believe that that property owner is involved. And I'm not sure what research he did prior to my becoming involved, but I just have to go off of what VDOT said. And that what we would have to do to actually abandon that section.
Do you have what we have on the computer?
Yes.
All right, go past the last picture of Jack's Mill Road. Then you got a topo map. Got a yellow block section 6 in the center of it. You go to the next map.
Yeah.
All right. That showed the blue line's approximate location of the old road, right?
Are you talking about this?
No,
next page.
Next one.
I'm sorry, I had two of them.
I'm sorry.
Oh, this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there you go.
That is on GIS. This came from GIS, approximate location of Old Bent Mountain Pike.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Down here where this yellow block TM 10177 will need to be included.
Correct.
What does that mean?
This.
Is that the property owner you're saying that isn't
Yes,
affected? That's
it goes over onto their property a little bit. So yes, they'll need to be included as far as the notification.
right.
Yes. So, yeah. Yeah.
On past that, the plat doesn't show it, so I don't know how much property is in behind there. Is there any more properties back in there that back in the day could have had a right of way to access this road? Getting past where that yellow block is? See, it doesn't show a whole bigger, it just shows that right there and the next neighbor, but is that next parcel, it could be a narrow parcel and there could be another one back here
That one parcel is a large parcel.
It is a large parcel.
177. When I looked at it, there were not any properties that would be landlocked.
Okay, well, you see where I'm going, was going back in the day, sometimes sometimes things would get wrote up as it's sold and certain things omitted. Oh, well, that doesn't apply anymore because we're coming in over here. But technically, if there was a right of way there, unless they vacated, it's automatically. I know several properties that was written up that way that later somebody went back and researched even deeper and actually found the original right of ways, and they didn't, and there was no documentation anywhere of that right of way being vacated.
Yeah.
Just looking at the plat, and looking at the GIS, there are no properties that would be landlocked. Whether or not there are any properties that have an easement over that, I feel like that is something the petitioner would have to research, their attorney would need to research and find that out. Unless you all want to pay me to spend my time doing it for them.
But you're getting where I'm going.
I do.
We need the, I mean, I just don't want to get in a situation where this board has to repurchase a right of way because we vacated something.
Or another board down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we were talking.
Where this is located, there's, except for where it comes across their property, and a little bit through their house, it's, and then this property that's closer to the road,
Yeah.
the rest of it is wooded. There's no
Right.
driveways
Yeah.
except for going back to this house. So I'm not sure that anybody would have, they may have a right of way, but there's not one big foot that I can see.
Or there could have been one there in 1900 that has been done away with, but never truly vacated. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
You know, looking at it right now, no, but
And
that's why I've always been kind of hesitant, I guess. You know, there's some kind of certification. I don't know if we can require them to have their attorney certified that it was, you know, maybe in the future, we talk to Steve. I know it might not apply in this one, but going forward, do we have the authority for them to give us some kind of certified document that they researched and found no such right of way or whatever to protect the county?
Right, and, you know, portions of Old Bent Mountain Road have already been abandoned.
Oh, yeah.
And, but I agree with you. I think that easements will have to be not just on their property, but anywhere else on anything that has to do with this needs to be researched. I have no problem. I mean, I'm not one to want to rush to abandon, but given all of the circumstances here, it does seem like the right thing to do. However, I want to make sure we don't make a decision here that's going to impact somebody who may be an out-of-state land holder or has an easement through or on. And, you know, if VDOT, I mean, I know we have the ultimate say, but if VDOT is saying to you that this is impacting, then I don't know. I think that landowner needs to be aware, not just, maybe not part of this whole thing, but I think they need to be aware prior to any public hearing.
Correct, and if the board would like, we could send notification, certified notification to all property owners within a certain distance.
Yes.
To make sure that we may catch somebody that might be 2 or 3 properties back.
Correct. And while doing that, I think it's incumbent upon the petitioner's attorney to also research any rights of way that may still exist within deeds going back, I'd say, I don't know, probably 120 years at least. I mean, just because that's how old Bent Mountain Road is. Long road back in the day.
It was.
Must have been a fun ride.
So would you like for me to
No, I can't
identify?
Can you?
No.
I think, we're not quite that old, but.
That's how our produce got down to Roanoke, though.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Ray.
I was just going to say, I agree with Mr. Booth on his point. all of these continuing reviews and so on, those are a little bit challenging. You may have some residences down to the discontinued roads and abandoned roads. But in this particular incident, it seems like, everybody's still got frontage on Floyd out the north. It's just that the mountain road just runs parallel with what the new road is. So, not really, I don't think taking anything away from anybody, but it's certainly into a position.
Well, and also, since this structure was placed on the right of way, we definitely need to abandon part of it.
It was just something that was missed at some point.
Yeah, somebody
Yep.
didn't have her ducks in a row.
Yep.
I don't know who was in charge of it in 1955 when the house was built. So somebody should have spotted it, but
I don't think they did as detailed a search back then as what they do now.
no.
Probably right.
Yep.
Property, we can build a house anywhere we want.
Yep.
You know?
So what type of distance would you all like me to search out for to property?
Well, you say this one behind down here, this 10177 is a large property.
Mm-hmm.
I would look at it and see, and maybe include the next property.
Bordering all the properties that, it goes through?
On that side of the road, right in that section there, since that's the section we're talking about.
Right.
You got the house, you come down, get out of there, I touched the screen, something about you got the TM 10177, you talk about doing that property owner. I would go one more that direction at least.
Okay.
Just to notify that, and then, because it looks like that property, like you said, that I don't have a full big picture, but that appears to be a right good sized tract of land. I don't think you'd need to go any more than one more, but there was one more notification, that's one more letter,
Right.
Certified letter. And,
So would you want their attorney to do deed researches on just those that?
we can change it at this point because they've already made the application. But I'm talking about maybe give us Steve here fairly quick and in the future.
Okay.
Requiring some certification. I don't think we can just throw that out there right now. I mean, they've applied under our current guidelines.
Right.
We need to apply our current guidelines.
We can definitely take a look at those guidelines because I believe they're old.
Yeah.
And maybe update them and require something along that lines if we have the authority to require it as part of it. But, we can go ahead and authorize to proceed.
Right. Go to public hearing.
Said if we have to approve, we can go ahead and authorize to proceed and then see what comes up. And if anybody knows of any right of way they have or that they're not using, they're gonna come forward.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the policy does state that, that you all voting to move forward with a public hearing, it does not constitute approval.
Right. What it does is sets a public hearing, then staff starts their due diligence by posting the section to be abandoned and all that, and then send the certification letters. And
Yep.
because I think we went through a public hearing or two over the
Yep.
years and then decided we wasn't gonna do anything.
That is
So
correct.
you saying now we just make a motion to move on to public hearing? Is that what we need?
Yes, and schedule a date.
Okay. So I'll take a motion that we move on to public hearing.
Part of the motion is gonna be
April
But
11th?
I figure we,
Well, we asked for at least 45 days, because we have to post the property for at least 30 days.
So that would be May 9th?
Or we move it to the April.
I got-
That's what you want.
I knew there was a time period I was getting ready to ask.
so I was motion to move forward, and then we was going to set a date.
And a separate motion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I take a motion that we move forward to public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Call the roll.
On the motion to go forward with a public hearing related to the request to abandon Section 6 of the Old Bent Mountain Road, Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right.
All right, so now I'll take a motion on whatever date y'all want to throw out there.
47 days is April 30th. And you've asked for 45?
Well, I think there would be enough time if you set it for your evening meeting in April. If
All
you
right.
wanted to do an evening meeting.
Yeah, we will. So that would be,
That would be 45 business days, right?
no, that's
It
40,
doesn't have to be business days.
Oh, really?
It's 45 days.
47, 46, 45,
50 days.
So what's the,
45,
What's the-
44, 43, 42, April 25th would be our night meeting, and that's 42 days.
That gives me 12 days to get it posted.
Okay?
so I take a motion that we, public,
For the public hearing related to the request to abandon Section 6 of Old Bent Mountain Road for April 25th, our evening meeting at, let's say, 7?
Yep.
Or soon thereafter.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
motion second. Roll.
On the motion to set the date of the public hearing for the request to abandon Section 6 of the Old Bent Mountain Road for April, our April evening meeting of April 25th at 7 PM or soon thereafter. Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox? Was that a yes for Mr. Cox?
Mr. Cox?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Is that better than a root canal?
Marginally.
Mr. Administrator.
Well, and as a aside to that, I'm just thinking if we need to set a date for the, well, you already did the public hearing, so do you want to have us do this 6-year road plan at the evening meeting? Your next meeting?
I think so.
Okay, I just wanted to double check. I know somewhere in there, I believe you all and Mr. Clark were going to take a drive around, but I don't know if those are necessarily related events. No, okay. All right, well, I'll just put in my notes that we'll add that to the next agenda. I want to make sure we did that.
We talked about it.
Okay,
It's the addition of 3 projects to the plan.
okay. Okay. I feel like there's some other public hearing stuff I'm supposed to do. All right. I'll move to the administrator's report, and of course, I've added a couple things since we sent this out. So, imagine. So I'll start with some of those, I guess. I think, thank you for approving the courthouse repairs and renovation appropriation. So as soon as you all head out, I'll go ahead and put the purchase order in for the furniture. And as I mentioned to you all previously, I've been purposely looking at furniture that is multifunctional, so we don't end up with, as we have right now, many very large tables that can only be used in one space. So we'll be working with that. Let's see, I did the, if you didn't know, I think I mentioned last meeting that, of course, May 21st is Floyd County's birthday. So that is important. And then the other thing that I've added beyond what's on here is 2 items related to the Blue Ridge Parkway. One is that you all have received invitations to a special event towards the end of the month, and that'll be held at the Floyd Center for the Arts. And that is a legitimate thing, and it is a part of the Parkway's work. And so would encourage you all, if you've received an invitation, to participate. They're doing those in all of the counties that are touched by the Parkway. So that same day, they'll do one in Patrick County as well. And related to that same day, there will be a reception and then a board meeting for the Blue Ridge Parkway Foundation. So at some point, you'll probably be getting an invitation for the reception that evening, which will be held at the Country Store. And then the final item related to the Parkway is I did go ahead and write to our primary contact with the Parkway about what's the plan with the mill. Since that is one of our larger tourist destinations in the county, and if you've been up there, it looks very. And the answer is they're in the process of designing what the solution is going to be, and it's going to be a long process. And I wanted to make sure you knew that before you went to the meeting. I will forward, if you'd like, the email that I got. I think I already had, it might already forwarded to you or in correspondence, but if not, I will get it to you because I may not have. It's from a woman named Lisa, spelled L-E-E, Lisa. In any case, they're apparently going to have to dredge the pond and do some redesign of the pond, and then there'll be some construction repairs. And I guess part of the challenge is because of the historic nature, you can't just do the normal repairs. It all has to go through certain historical society type requirements.
They're not changing per se the mill itself or its design.
Right.
Yeah,
To make the
it's
flow,
more of a
right,
repair
right.
than it is rebuild.
But, they call it a design.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
There's some historic engineering that needs to get paid.
Yeah.
I found it. Yes, I found it. It says significant repairs are needed to fix the wheel and dredge the pond. This project is quite complex and will require thorough planning and environmental compliance work to ensure that when repairs are made, we are doing so in ways that best protect the natural and cultural resources at the site. Initial planning processes for the replacement of the shake roof, dredging of the pond, and wheel repair projects have begun. We do not have any timelines at this point for final repairs. Additional planning and compliance, along with securing project funding, is needed before we will have a better sense of when construction may occur and be completed. Hope this helps.
Well, hope
We
it
just
holds
need to
up.
Make sure that when they say place the shape, that place the shape.
Right.
Or if we have any influence, we have very little.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a whole bunch of stuff. There's
Some of the projects from other areas, they
didn't turn out.
went off.
Yeah. Well, there's also environmental, little animals and salamanders and.
Keeping it back to, the whole idea was to try.
Yes.
To preserve it and-
Right.
And what's there now get bended to what they thought it.
Right.
Something.
Back in the day. Yep. Yeah.
Let's not reinvent to reinvent it.
Right. Gotcha. So that's the update, and like I said, I wanted to share that with you in case you do go to any of those events. You can, if you have a concern about that, there'll be some people there that you could share that with. Now back to what I'm supposed to be talking about. The audit update, we have provided to our auditor the management discussion and analysis. So we have submitted everything. The only thing that's just, it shouldn't hold up the audit is the signature page that so far Dr. Wheeler and myself and Chad from downstairs have signed, but Missy and Ladina still need to sign, but that doesn't, in my opinion, preclude them from being able to present it. So what we will do, based on a lot of your interest in the audit, is go ahead and forward to you the draft. And I'm going to pull out the part that we had to replace with our management analysis from the previous year. And I'll put in what we submitted so you all have some time to look at that.
Good.
And if you have questions or want to do something else, but that way at least you can start looking at it and not have to keep waiting since you have to make financial decisions. Yes. Yes. And I think I've shared with you all, we have some differences of opinion with the auditor about how some things are being handled within the audit. And I have checked with some of my surrounding folks about particularly the treatment of the ARPA funds. And so because that's showing up with $1 million of the 1.6 million, basically $1 million showing as actual revenue, and then they're listing the balance as a liability. And so I've checked with some CPA that I know well, who also has a master's in public administration and used to be the budget director for the city of Fredericksburg. And I'll tell you another time what she said about it. Right. So we have, and I did check also with some of the other counties, and the ARPA funds are being treated differently by other accounting houses than ours. So all that's to say, if you have some questions, and we will be happy to have some conversations with you all about some of the issues that we have about it. But overall, the audit is essentially the same. So we'll get you the draft there so you all can see what it is. Then on Onward, Onward had an event, I guess, last week, which was their investor dinner. You all are always welcome to attend those. They'd probably love to see you. And John Provo came and talked to us about our workforce situation in the New River Valley. And we continue to kind of be an unusual outlier. Our labor force participation rate is increasing pretty substantially post-COVID. And so in some ways we are better suited for workforce issues than most folks. And our unemployment rate continues to be very, very low.
Yep.
And so that's part of why Onward has been working on this, some of these different internship-related programs and the things that Keela mentioned to try to get people who come to Virginia Tech to stay in the area. So that
And Radford,
continues.
too.
And Radford, too, although not that many people are coming in person to Radford anymore.
Right.
If those of you who have not heard that, Radford has about half as many students on campus as they did pre-COVID.
Yep.
And that's causing the city of Radford some challenges, I'll tell you. So some of the things that help you can also bite you, right?
Yep.
Universities.
Yeah. On housing update, Ladina and I have had two different sets of meetings with folks related to housing issues. And so we have some folks related to Plenty that I think we're going to start folding into some of those discussions. And we'll also be making some other plans to maybe go back and have kind of when Fish was started, that same group of folks reconvene, kind of jumpstart a little bit and look at what options might be now in the current environment.
Did we
Oh, yeah.
Wow, I think, we had 10 people,
Yeah, we have,
but has that increased?
yeah, it's, we've got a total of 15.
15 now.
Yeah, one dropped off. We've substantially reconstructed 2 homes. We are in the process of starting a substantial reconstruction of a third. We have done 2 rehabs that are complete and are getting ready to start another and then another. So we are rolling along. We have additional contractors now involved. And we're looking at trying to figure out a way to get another grant to
Well, that's what I was
continue the
getting ready to
process.
ask, continue the process, and also has the prices of materials, has that adversely limited what you're gonna be able to do?
We have been lucky in that the first two substantial reconstructions were done with Habitat for Humanity. And that kind of helped us to absorb, I think that's the best way to describe it, wouldn't you say? Those extra added post-COVID increases. Otherwise, we have found contractors that are willing to do the jobs with what we have. Substantial reconstructions cause people to have to leave their homes, but we've managed, I'm not sure, I meant to ask that with this last one, this newest one that we're doing. Like, what was her needs? I forgot to ask that. But all in all, the state seems very happy with us, which is always good. The VHCD representative seems very pleased with how this first in the Commonwealth scattered site development has gone. And I have to give credit to Ladina in particular, as well as Jennifer Wilsey, and everybody involved in this. But those two have really just, kind of ridden herd on the whole project and just really helped a lot. And it's been rewarding. I mean, those two houses that were reconstructed over on Timberline are amazing. And what they have allowed someone now to live in. And, we had gone to see that trailer park in Richmond, and there is talk about maybe replicating that here. That's for future, but there may be a park that might work very well for that. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a very positive, we're having positive effects, and we just have to make sure that it's a lot of juggling. But Jennifer over at the Regional Commission has been invaluable with her, just her knowledge, the tools she has at her disposal. So that regional approach really does help sometimes.
And as a final part of that, thank you, Ms. DeVito, for helping with that. I will say even Dr. Provo's comments were our limiting factor on workforce for economic development in the region is absolutely housing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, moving on from that, parks and recreation events and trails. Of course, I keep reminding you about the April 1 Easter egg hunt and the April 22nd Kite Fly Earth Day, and that one will have some different vendor folks out there as well. There will be a table also with the partnership for Floyd, who's purchased a bunch of trees to give out to folks as part of Earth Day. There will also be the little pipes that people often use to plant those for sale, but the trees will actually be free and courtesy of the partnership. So there's no county money involved in that. We just are giving them a space. And it looks like there's going to continue to be some events around that. So Jacob and I have been talking about if you all are available, that might be a good day to go out and cut the ribbon and some of those kind of things. They've finally gotten the mulch all spread. All the equipment is up except for the swings for the smaller kids, and that's still on order, but everything else up there should pretty much be completed. And in fact, we have a little bit of grant money coming in, interestingly enough, through the tourism program. So some of that is going to be invested in the Dodd Creek Trail to put a couple more benches, to put some signs up, and to do a little bit of the work to clean it up. And because the trail over the winter has, as most do, developed some ruts and wide places and narrow places. So I'm working on all of that.
You said that was April 22nd?
April 22nd.
Earth Day.
Earth Day. It's also my daughter's birthday.
Do you have a time for start yet, or?
I do not, but particularly for a ribbon cutting, we would want to work around Jill's schedule that day. So, so we'll try to have some things out at the building as well.
It'd be nice to kind of maybe cut the ribbon and then start the festival.
That would be nice. Yeah. Okay, we'll
10 or
work on
11,
that.
I don't know what time it's supposed to start.
Sure either. But we'll work on that. So if you just put a hold on that, and then we'll circle back with some times. And then that was related to the trail PSA grant, as you all know. We alerted the PSA about the grant availability. Mike did an excellent job of pulling, as he usually does, pulling all kinds of stuff together and being able to produce a grant application in very short order. So appreciate that. It was the one to the Senate side for the congressionally directed funds was due the 10th. And so that has been submitted. I submitted, as did Ladina, general letters of support saying the county has been invested in the PSA and continues to be invested in the PSA. And so similarly, letters from the EDA about how important the PSA is to economic growth in the community. And then the second one, I think I might have said, is due the 20th through Griffin's office. And I'll give the Josh in the congressman's office credit. When I was at the Onward event, he came and found me and wanted to make sure that we were going to apply. Did I have any questions? All of that. So appreciate that level of constituent service. And then finally, what I have on here is really just a reminder to us. I put continuity of government, which is a subset of our emergency operations plan, which was last approved in February of 2018. So I have been informed that that's something we probably need to review and make sure that, as you were suggesting with some ordinances before, it's about time for us to look at it, make sure that's still what we want it to be, and go forward. So if we start with you, we'll be looking, in addition to your already very full spring schedule, to put that on the agenda in one of the future meetings. No. There you go.
Right there at the top of what we're allowed to do now.
Yeah, Levi's still here.
That is, I think, all that I have.
Okay.
Nope, he's still here.
What a trooper. And with that, unless, oh no, that's incorrect. That is incorrect. So we have to give Danny here some kudos because this week we received, or last week, received notice that we have been approved for our .gov. And yeah, and Danny did it. I signed a piece of paper. That was it. Danny did all the rest of that to make that happen.
You wouldn't believe the phone call I got on that. Oh, yeah. I thought I was going through national security or something. You know, I won't call you from this number, hang up, and I'm gonna call you right back, make sure you verify whoever you got a hold of. I thought, oh my God, if you call the same number back, you want to get the same person. Yeah. But I had to go through a whole rigmarole on that thing. But,
Wow.
Yeah.
but I got you through.
So when will that be implemented?
I'm gonna start working
Okay.
as soon as possible.
There you go.
It requires our website to go down.
Right.
And things to change.
Gotcha.
Yesterday, soon enough.
Yeah, seriously.
He would have been able to do it today, actually, but wanted to make, since our website has to go down for that to happen.
Yeah, we wanted
He
to.
rightfully decided that today would not be a great day to be offline. People would not appreciate it.
No, not at all.
So, I know. He's a smart guy. So, and, oh yeah, it'd be endless, wouldn't it? So, but we really appreciate Danny, since he's been here, he just picked that up and went right along, and like so many things, he just takes care of it and moves on. So
Good job.
thank you. Yeah, and kind of, I guess I lied the last thing, but related to this, also good IT news. We had 2 calls now with Munis, and we have a long call on Thursday. Danny's been working with them a lot, and they will be putting the software on our machines by the end of the month.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, we are moving forward, and they're pretty confident that unless something crazy happens, 9 months or less from now, we'll be completely transitioned.
So will we be hybrid then?
You'll believe it.
Everything we're doing, everything that we're doing, you know, the commissioner and the treasurer will say, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So we'll be
everything's-
hybrid then for the first half of the 23, 24 year? Sort of a, will we be on both systems or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will, and then we.
That'd be fun.
Yeah. We talked about, we'll have kind of a testing period in December for all us, there'll be testing as we go along. But
Right.
in December, we would be going through and doing a lot of making sure everything's good. With our hope was that when we go through the next round of budget request, everybody could put their budget request
Gotcha.
directly into Munis
Into
for the
Munis.
upcoming fiscal year. That's our,
It's like an early Christmas present, huh?
for all of us.
Exactly.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes, apparently.
I know.
That'd be exciting. Yeah, yeah.
You can actually read.
Yeah.
So I guess now we got board time, right? Anybody got anything?
Just, I know he's busy, but as soon as he can, if he can get on this phone system and change it, it would be nice.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If we're
Probably a
gonna-
new voice.
If we're gonna change it. Just voicing, one person's voicing his opinion.
So, and to clarify, I think what Mr. Booth is suggesting is around the phone tree in this office. Yes.
Particularly.
Yes.
It just doesn't have the human touch
Mhm.
that I like, and I know a lot of citizens.
Just echoing from earlier with Mr. Vest, you know, we're at the liberty of VDOT in terms of starting on his road. And as the chairman said, if we could move VDOT faster, we would have done so a long time ago. And, you know, just to have patience with it. And, you know, we've got construction funds earmarked, so.
Well, what we're doing is gonna help condition of the road. It's not gonna help with the number of vehicles.
No. The truck traffic is what it is.
And it's not gonna help with somebody blocking the road.
I know.
And
No.
also, if you get a better road, they increase the
Yep.
business and go faster.
Yep. So, anyway,
You gotta be careful. Stuff
what
turns
you wish
into a
for? What you wish for?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that's it.
Actions has reactions. So what we got in our correspondence, anything?
Yeah, went over.
I did remember one thing.
Okay.
It's middle of March. It's middle of March, and I'd really like to start our budget stuff.
Yep.
I know my counterpart in an adjoining county they're well into their budget process, even though they are a smaller budget. I have some jealousy with that. With my,
Well, I guess since we're close on the audit, we could go ahead and start that process.
Yes, and we got some information from VACO just yesterday and today to kind of give us some parameters about what they suggest given where we are with the skinny budget. So, yeah, I think that'll be part of it. No,
I was just gonna say, did the state finally finalize on 7%, or is that still up there until they come back?
so what's included in the skinny budget is 5%. That's not to say that 7 is off the table, is what the document says, but it does say that it is not in the current document. I will tell you that it appears that most of our other folks in the region are at 7%. Of course, they also have these very nice levels of revenue increase.
Yeah.
So, and candidly, I know where you're talking about is not one of these, but some of the other counties, you know, like Montgomery, they have the benefit of having enough in their funds that their budget doesn't have to be quite as tight as y'all's has to be to start.
I'm not really get into it. Look forward to it, because I think it'll be tougher than last year.
Yep. Yep. Probably have more meetings.
Every year we say, well, this budget's gonna be a bear. And this year it's gonna be grizzly.
It is a bear. It has been.
You got anything, Levi?
Good job.
Yep. All righty. Hope you enjoy your, whatever you're doing.
It's a conference, right, Levi? Conference.
Yeah, something like deep sea fishing or something like that.
Mint julep.
It's,
on the tree.
today, and it's about 70.
Shut your mouth.
I feel in the whole time. So.
So it's a secure location.
So,
Well, let me tell you, the temperature was 29 when we came in, and it's now 28. Doesn't bode well.
so
I'm not missing much.
No.
no one has anything else. I'll take a motion to adjourn till March 28th at 6:30 PM.
6.
No, 6 PM.
6 p.m. I'll make that motion.
God,
I'll make that motion.
I'm gonna try to slide that.
Second.
I'm gonna get back to 7 before it's over with.
Good start there.
I just chip
We weren't,
away
we
at it.
weren't tired out.
Yes.
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 See you, Levi.
Yes.
You're welcome. Bye.
We weren't quite tired enough.
You get an A for effort.
There you go.